2008 hingga mencapai status universitas negeri pada tahun 2014. Sejak itu, transformasi terus bergulir.
UPN Veteran Jakarta sebagai PTN adalah merupakan akhir dari proses panjang tentang kejelasan status. Dengan menjadi PTN, maka ada kepastian tentang status tersebut, dan selanjutnya yang terpenting saat ini adalah bagaimana UPN Veteran Jakarta mampu untuk sejajar dengan PTN-PTN lainnya. Dan tentu saja yang terutama adalah bagaimana UPN Veteran Jakarta dapat memberikan kontribusi dan pencapaian program pemerintah khususnya di dalam pendidikan tinggi. Dalam hal ini adalah program dari Kemenristekdikti.
Bela negara menjadi rujukan dalam penyusunan kurikulum demi mewujudkan visi UPN Veteran Jakarta, yaitu menuju perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum, inovatif, berdaya saing yang beridentitas bela negara tahun 2025.
Dalam rangka mentransformasi UPN Veteran Jakarta menjadi PTN yang unggul dan berdaya saing di tingkat nasional, kerjasama menjadi faktor yang sangat penting bagi kita. Kita selama 4 tahun terakhir itu selalu masuk dalam posisi 10 besar. Jadi kualitas mahasiswa yang masuk di UPN ini mahasiswa yang cerdas dan sangat cerdas. Jadi secara keseluruhan upaya peningkatan kualitas pembelajaran kita lakukan secara sistematik, mulai dari kultur akademik, kemudian desain kurikulumnya, sampai peningkatan kualitas SDM kita hingga sarana prasarana pembelajaran.
Didukung dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang handal, UPN Veteran Jakarta siap menjadikan setiap lulusannya mumpuni dalam 7 fakultas yang tersedia. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Komputer, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, serta Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Sementara untuk menunjang kegiatan akademik, UPN Veteran Jakarta menyediakan pusat bahasa atau Labimkar, LBH atau hukum, sarana ibadah, poliklinik, laboratorium teknik, laboratorium kedokteran, laboratorium stem cell, laboratorium penunjang lainnya, perpustakaan, sarana olahraga, dan keamanan.
Di dalam mendukung daya saing para mahasiswa di dalam menempuh proses belajar mengajar di UPN Veteran Jakarta, UPN Veteran Jakarta telah memiliki beberapa sarana prasarana yang dapat digunakan sebagai salah satu peningkatan daya saing. Antara lain adalah perpustakaan yang sudah online, ya, berbasis dengan digital 4.0, di mana para mahasiswa saat ini bisa memperoleh referensi melalui online, jurnal-jurnal melalui online. Demikian juga sarana prasarana pendukung, kita memiliki Mesh Classroom. Di sini digunakan Mesh Classroom ini adalah suatu kelas yang dapat dilaksanakan kuliah secara bersamaan dengan teknologi yang canggih, di mana para mahasiswa dapat mengikuti dan para mahasiswa secara langsung dapat berinteraksi dari tenaga pengajarnya yang ada di satu tempat. Ya, sarana ini ada di kampus Pondok Labu maupun di kampus Limo.
Berbagai kerjasama dengan lintas pihak terus dilakukan untuk meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan meningkatkan lulusan pada kerja nyata. Sementara untuk meningkatkan kapasitas non-akademik, mahasiswa difasilitasi 25 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang dapat dipilih sesuai minat.
Program-program yang kita terapkan di UPN Veteran Jakarta kepada mahasiswa pada dasarnya adalah peningkatan kualitas kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang nantinya akan meningkatkan rasa cinta kepada tanah air, rela berkorban demi nusa dan bangsa, dan juga berjiwa bela negara. Peningkatan rasa cinta tanah air itu diwujudkan dalam kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang sungguh-sungguh, kemudian mencapai prestasi yang tinggi baik di tingkat nasional dan juga internasional.
Berbagai kelengkapan sarana hingga prasarana tersebut telah menjadikan UPN Veteran Jakarta sebagai kampus rujukan generasi cinta negara. Tingkat kepercayaan di kalangan calon mahasiswa terus tumbuh. Animo pelajar untuk berkuliah di UPN Veteran Jakarta terus meningkat. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari masuknya 2 program studi UPN Veteran Jakarta dalam 10 prodi sosial dan humaniora dengan peminat terbanyak di Indonesia. Program studi ilmu komunikasi menempati urutan kedua dengan peminat sebanyak 2.981 calon-calon mahasiswa. Sementara program studi manajemen berada di urutan ketujuh dengan peminat 2.532 calon mahasiswa. Selain itu, nilai rata-rata calon mahasiswa yang masuk ke UPN Veteran Jakarta untuk program studi sains dan teknologi berada di urutan ke-10 dari perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Berbagai prestasi tersebut telah menjadikan kampus UPN Veteran Jakarta sebagai salah satu kampus unggulan di Indonesia. Dalam 3 tahun terakhir, peringkat kampus secara nasional terus meningkat. Kemendikbud mencatat di tahun 2018, UPN Veteran Jakarta berada di peringkat 143, meningkat 290 angka dari tahun 2017. Pada tahun 2019, UPN Veteran Jakarta masuk 100 kampus unggulan nasional atau berada di peringkat ke-77. Transformasi UPN Veteran Jakarta yang telah menjadi universitas negeri adalah tonggak awal menuju era baru, mewujudkan universitas terkemuka di Indonesia.
Selamat berkarya, maju bersama, meraih prestasi.
Salam bela negara.
Transformasi terus terjadi. Sejak awal berdiri pada 5 Oktober 2007, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan atau FIKES UPN Veteran Jakarta terus berbenah untuk menyongsong kemajuan. Puncaknya adalah ketika status UPN menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri pada tahun 2014, di mana animo calon mahasiswa mengalami peningkatan yang sangat signifikan. Saat itu, calon mahasiswa yang mendaftar kuliah di FIKAS hanya berjumlah 885 orang dan pada tahun berikutnya meningkat hingga 4.000 orang lebih. Peningkatan tertinggi tercatat pada tahun 2018, di mana hampir 7.000 calon mahasiswa mendaftarkan diri untuk kuliah di FIKAS. Kini salah satu dari 7 fakultas terbaik di UPN Veteran Jakarta ini menempati urutan 20 nasional dalam pemilihan program studi Saintek. Ada 6 pemilihan program studi di FIKAS. Program studi tersebut adalah Profesi Nurse, Program Studi Keperawatan Program Sarjana, Program Studi Kesehatan Masyarakat Program Sarjana, Program Studi Gizi Program Sarjana, Program Studi Keperawatan Program Diploma 3, Program Studi Fisioterapi Program Diploma 3. Dengan mengusung visi menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan unggul berkualitas internasional yang inovatif, berdaya saing, dan beridentitas bela negara, FIKAS UPN Veteran Jakarta melakukan upaya dengan mengembangkan SDM, kelembagaan, sarana dan prasarana, suasana akademik, kemahasiswaan, dan budaya kerja pikir. Saat ini status akreditasi A telah diperoleh program studi gizi program sarjana, sedangkan 5 program studi lainnya masih menyandang akreditasi B dan sedang berproses menuju unggul. Dalam mengembangkan SDM, FIKAS memiliki dosen pengajar yang sesuai dengan latar belakang pendidikan dan kompetensi keahliannya. Saat ini, terdapat 85 dosen tetap, 11 diantaranya merupakan dosen S3. Untuk percepatan penambahan jumlah dosen dengan kualifikasi S3, FIKAS membuka rekrutmen melalui jalur non-PNS. Hal ini dilakukan demi menjaga mutu pendidikan. FIKAS juga terus memberikan motivasi dan fasilitasi kepada sivitas akademika untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional agar terciptanya pembangunan kesehatan berkelanjutan. Selain itu, kerjasama dengan berbagai lembaga baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri untuk mendukung kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi juga terus dilakukan. Untuk meningkatkan nilai-nilai bela negara, FIKAS memfasilitasi mahasiswanya untuk mengikuti kegiatan kepemimpinan seperti organisasi mahasiswa dan kelompok studi mahasiswa. Mahasiswa FIKAS juga lebih siap untuk turun dalam situasi kebencanaan karena telah dibekali dasar-dasar kesehatan matra. Agar terciptanya lulusan yang unggul dan mampu bersaing di dunia kerja, FIKAS UPN Veteran Jakarta terus meningkatkan fasilitas untuk menunjang kurikulum pembelajaran. Salah satunya dengan adanya laboratorium untuk setiap program studi. Praktikum didukung dengan peralatan yang modern, mengacu pada kebutuhan dan perkembangan teknologi. Sebagai usaha membangun suasana akademik, FIKAS UPN Veteran Jakarta memiliki ruang baca yang nyaman. Fasilitas ini merupakan salah satu fasilitas yang diunggulkan di UPN Veteran Jakarta. Selain dilengkapi dengan buku literatur dan hasil penelitian, ruang baca juga dilengkapi dengan tempat untuk berdiskusi dan mengerjakan tugas perkuliahan. Di sana, mahasiswa juga dapat dengan mudah menggunakan layanan komputer dan mengakses internet. Dengan berbagai keunggulan tersebut, bukan keniscayaan jika visi Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan menjadi fakultas yang unggul, berkualitas internasional yang inovatif, berdaya saing, dan beridentitas bela negara akan tercapai. Lahir dengan semangat mengisi kemerdekaan, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta sejak awal berkomitmen memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan. UPN Veteran Jakarta mengukuhkan diri sebagai kampus bela negara yang merupakan identitas tak terpisahkan sejak kampus ini berdiri tahun 1958 hingga mencapai status universitas negeri pada tahun 2014. Sejak itu, transformasi terus bergulir.
UPN Veteran Jakarta sebagai PTN adalah merupakan akhir dari proses panjang tentang kejelasan status. Dengan menjadi PTN, maka ada kepastian tentang status tersebut, dan selanjutnya yang terpenting saat ini adalah bagaimana UPN Veteran Jakarta mampu untuk sejajar dengan PTN-PTN lainnya. Dan tentu saja yang terutama adalah bagaimana UPN Veteran Jakarta dapat memberikan kontribusi dan pencapaian program pemerintah khususnya di dalam pendidikan tinggi. Dalam hal ini adalah program dari Kemenristekdikti.
Bela negara menjadi rujukan dalam penyusunan kurikulum demi mewujudkan visi UPN Veteran Jakarta, yaitu menuju perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum, inovatif, berdaya saing yang beridentitas bela negara tahun 2025.
Dalam rangka mentransformasi UPN Veteran Jakarta menjadi PTN yang unggul dan berdaya saing di tingkat nasional, kerjasama menjadi faktor yang sangat penting bagi kita. Kita selama 4 tahun terakhir itu selalu masuk dalam posisi 10 besar. Jadi kualitas mahasiswa yang masuk di UPN ini mahasiswa yang cerdas dan sangat cerdas. Jadi secara keseluruhan upaya peningkatan kualitas pembelajaran kita lakukan secara sistematik, mulai dari kultur akademik, kemudian desain kurikulumnya, sampai peningkatan kualitas SDM kita hingga sarana prasarana pembelajaran.
Didukung dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang handal, UPN Veteran Jakarta siap menjadikan setiap lulusannya mumpuni dalam 7 fakultas yang tersedia. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Komputer, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, serta Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Sementara untuk menunjang kegiatan akademik, UPN Veteran Jakarta menyediakan pusat bahasa atau Labimkar, LBH atau hukum, sarana ibadah, poliklinik, laboratorium teknik, laboratorium kedokteran, laboratorium stem cell, laboratorium penunjang lainnya, perpustakaan, sarana olahraga, dan keamanan.
Di dalam mendukung daya saing para mahasiswa di dalam menempuh proses belajar mengajar di UPN Veteran Jakarta, UPN Veteran Jakarta telah memiliki beberapa sarana prasarana yang dapat digunakan sebagai salah satu peningkatan daya saing. Antara lain adalah perpustakaan yang sudah online ya, basis dengan digital 4.0, di mana para mahasiswa saat ini bisa memperoleh referensi melalui online, jurnal-jurnal melalui online. Demikian juga sarana prasarana pendukung, kita memiliki Mesh Classroom. Di sini digunakan Mesh Classroom ini adalah suatu kelas yang dapat dilaksanakan kuliah secara bersamaan dengan teknologi yang canggih, di mana para mahasiswa dapat mengikuti dan para mahasiswa secara langsung dapat berinteraksi dari tenaga pengajarnya yang ada di satu tempat. Ya, sarana ini ada di kampus Pondok Labu maupun di kampus Limo.
Berbagai kerjasama dengan lintas pihak terus dilakukan untuk meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan meningkatkan lulusan pada kerja nyata. Sementara untuk meningkatkan kapasitas non-akademik, mahasiswa difasilitasi 25 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang dapat dipilih sesuai minat.
Program-program yang kita terapkan di UPN Veteran Jakarta kepada mahasiswa pada dasarnya adalah peningkatan kualitas kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang nantinya akan meningkatkan rasa cinta kepada tanah air, rela berkorban demi nusa dan bangsa, dan juga berjiwa bela negara. Peningkatan rasa cinta tanah air itu diwujudkan dalam kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang sungguh-sungguh, kemudian mencapai prestasi yang tinggi baik di tingkat nasional dan juga internasional.
Berbagai kelengkapan sarana hingga prasarana tersebut telah menjadikan UPN Veteran Jakarta sebagai kampus rujukan generasi cinta negara. Tingkat kepercayaan di kalangan calon mahasiswa terus tumbuh. Animo pelajar untuk berkuliah di UPN Veteran Jakarta terus meningkat. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari masuknya 2 program studi UPN Veteran Jakarta dalam 10 prodi sosial dan humaniora dengan peminat terbanyak di Indonesia. Program studi ilmu komunikasi menempati urutan kedua dengan peminat sebanyak 2.981 calon-calon mahasiswa. Sementara program studi manajemen berada di urutan ke-7 dengan peminat 2.532 calon mahasiswa. Selain itu, nilai rata-rata calon mahasiswa yang masuk ke UPN Veteran Jakarta untuk program studi sains dan teknologi berada di urutan ke-10 dari perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Berbagai prestasi tersebut telah menjadikan kampus UPN Veteran Jakarta sebagai salah satu kampus unggulan di Indonesia. Dalam 3 tahun terakhir, peringkat kampus secara nasional terus meningkat. Kemen Riset Dikti mencatat di tahun 2018, UPN Veteran Jakarta berada di peringkat 143, meningkat 290 angka dari tahun 2017. Pada tahun 2019, UPN Veteran Jakarta masuk 100 kampus unggulan nasional atau berada di peringkat ke-77. Transformasi UPN Veteran Jakarta yang telah menjadi universitas negeri adalah tonggak awal menuju era baru, mewujudkan universitas terkemuka di Indonesia.
Selamat berkarya, maju bersama, meraih prestasi.
Salam bela negara.
Transformasi terus terjadi. Sejak awal berdiri pada 5 Oktober 2007, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan atau FIKES UPN Veteran Jakarta terus berbenah untuk menyongsong kemajuan. Puncaknya adalah ketika status UPN menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri pada tahun 2014, di mana animo calon mahasiswa mengalami peningkatan yang sangat signifikan. Saat itu, calon mahasiswa yang mendaftar kuliah di FIKES hanya berjumlah 885 orang dan pada tahun berikutnya meningkat hingga 4.000 orang lebih. Peningkatan tertinggi tercatat pada tahun 2018 di mana hampir 7.000 calon mahasiswa mendaftarkan diri untuk kuliah di FIKES. Kini salah satu dari 7 fakultas terbaik di UPN Veteran Jakarta ini menempati urutan 20 nasional dalam pemilihan program studi Saintek. Ada 6 pemilihan program studi di FIKES. Program studi tersebut adalah Profesi Nurse, Program Studi Keperawatan Program Sarjana, Program Studi Kesehatan Masyarakat Program Sarjana, Program Studi Gizi Program Sarjana, Program Studi Keperawatan Program Diploma 3, Program Studi Fisioterapi Program Diploma 3. Dengan mengusung visi menjadi fakultas ilmu kesehatan unggul berkualitas internasional yang inovatif, berdaya saing, dan beridentitas bela negara, FIKES UPN Veteran Jakarta melakukan upaya dengan mengembangkan SDM, kelembagaan, sarana dan prasarana, suasana akademik, kemahasiswaan, dan budaya kerja pikir. Saat ini status akreditasi A telah diperoleh program studi gizi program sarjana, sedangkan 5 program studi lainnya masih menyandang akreditasi B dan sedang berproses menuju unggul. Dalam mengembangkan SDM, FIKES memiliki dosen pengajar yang sesuai dengan latar belakang pendidikan dan kompetensi keahliannya. Saat ini, terdapat 85 dosen tetap, 11 diantaranya merupakan dosen S3. Untuk percepatan penambahan jumlah dosen dengan kualifikasi S3, FIKES membuka rekrutmen melalui jalur non-PNS. Hal ini dilakukan demi menjaga mutu pendidikan. FIKES juga terus memberikan motivasi dan fasilitasi kepada sivitas akademika untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional agar terciptanya pembangunan kesehatan berkelanjutan. Selain itu, kerjasama dengan berbagai lembaga baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri untuk mendukung kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi juga terus dilakukan. Untuk meningkatkan nilai-nilai bela negara, FIKES memfasilitasi mahasiswanya untuk mengikuti kegiatan kepemimpinan seperti organisasi mahasiswa dan kelompok studi mahasiswa. Mahasiswa FIKES juga lebih siap untuk turun dalam situasi kebencanaan karena telah dibekali dasar-dasar kesehatan matra. Agar terciptanya lulusan yang unggul dan mampu bersaing di dunia kerja, FIKES UPN Veteran Jakarta terus meningkatkan fasilitas untuk menunjang kurikulum pembelajaran, salah satunya dengan adanya laboratorium untuk setiap program studi. Praktikum didukung dengan peralatan yang modern, mengacu pada kebutuhan dan perkembangan teknologi. Sebagai usaha membangun suasana akademik, FIKES UPN Veteran Jakarta memiliki ruang baca yang nyaman. Fasilitas ini merupakan salah satu fasilitas yang diunggulkan di UPN Veteran Jakarta. Selain dilengkapi dengan buku literatur dan hasil penelitian, ruang baca juga dilengkapi dengan tempat untuk berdiskusi dan mengerjakan tugas perkuliahan. Di sana, mahasiswa juga dapat dengan mudah menggunakan layanan komputer dan mengakses internet. Dengan berbagai keunggulan tersebut, bukan keniscayaan jika visi Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan menjadi fakultas yang unggul, berkualitas internasional yang inovatif, berdaya saing, dan beridentitas bela negara akan tercapai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good wishes to all of us. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Nama budaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam bela negara. Good morning and welcome everyone to NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023. On behalf of UPNVJ, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Dr. Antar Venus M. Akom as Director of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable Mrs. Desnawati SKP MKep SPMAT PhD as Dean Faculty of Health Science Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, represented by Mr. Agustiawan SST FT MPhis FTR IO as the Third Vice Dean of Health Science, Faculty of Student Affairs and Cooperation UPN Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Dr. Nur Intania Sofyanita, SICOM MKM, as a Head Nutrition Program and Lecturers of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable the Nutrition Program Lecturers of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Dr. Yasik Rosita Octaria, Master in International Health, as our moderator. Our honorable speakers, Dr. Aflia Kuratul Marjan SGZ MSI, Mr. Wahyu Kurnia Yusin Putra SKM MKM, and Dr. Pratikana PhD. The Honorable Mrs. Olvi Octaviani as the Chief Executive of HIMAGI 2022-2023. The Honorable Ms. Saskina Putri Mardison as the Organizing Committee President of NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023. And of course, the Honorable all of the participants of NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023. We would like to welcome and thank all the participants who have participated in today's event. I would also like to say thank you to all the committees who have worked hard to make today's event a success. Praise and gratitude let us convey to God, who has given an abundance of grace in the form of health and safety, so that we can attend NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023, Actualizing a Healthier Diet with a Sustainable Diet for the Preservation of Nature and the Environment. On this day, Saturday, July 1st, 2023, from 8 Western Indonesia time until the end. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Najwa Hadijah, a nutrition science student of UPN Veteran Jakarta, class of 2022, as your Master of Ceremony. According to what has been written, please allow me to read aloud the rules of this webinar. Number 1, participant must use a display name with the format participant_name. Number 2, participant must turn off the microphone to reduce sound interferences. Number 3, participant must activate the camera during the event. Number 4, participant must use the virtual background. Participant must be active in participating in the activity. Number 6, participant who wants to ask question during the question and answer session can use the raise hand feature and then introduce themselves by name and institution. And then number 7, participant must follow the entire series of the call. All right, before we start the event, I'm going to explain briefly about the activities that we will have for NUTRISHOW 2023. The webinar will be opened by Master of Ceremony. Then there will be a reading about the webinar rules. After that, we will be singing Indonesia Raya, Mars Bela Negara, and Mars UPN Veteran Jakarta, followed by welcoming speeches. Then there will be a fourth session. After that, we will do a pre-task. Then there will be presentations from our speakers, followed by question and answer session. If there is a pre-test, of course, we're going to do the post-test as well, and the webinar will be closed by Master of Ceremony. Now, let us begin our today's agenda. This event will commence with an opening ceremony by listening to the Indonesian National Anthem and Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Bela Negara and Mars UPN Veteran Jakarta. Please listen wisely. Thank you very much to the committee and all the participants. Moving on to the next agenda, let us hear a welcoming speech. Please welcome Ms. Saskina Putri Mardison as the Organizing Committee President of NUTRISHOW 2023. We would like to invite Ms. Saskina to deliver the opening speech. To Ms. Saskina, the room is yours.
Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Dr. The Honorable Rizmawati SKP MM, PhD, as Dean Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, will be represented by Mr. Agustiawan, SST, FT, MVis, FTR, AIFO. As the third Vice Dean of Health Science Faculty for Student Affairs and Cooperation, UPN Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita, SIKOM MKM, as the Head Nutrition Program of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable the Nutrition Program Lecturers of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable Dr. Yesi Rosita Oktaria, Master in International Health, as our moderator. Our honorable speakers, Dr. Aflia Koratul Marjan, SGZ MSI, Mr. Wahyu Kurnia Yusrin Putra, SKM, MKM, and Dr. Kritikana PhD. The Honorable Ms. Olvi Octaviani as the Chief Executive of HIMAGI 2022 until 2023. The Honorable all of the participants of NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023. First of all, let's say thanks to our Almighty God, because with His blessings, we can attend and gather in this event without any troubles and obstacles. Previously, I'm very grateful to all the participants who are willing to take the time to attend today's event. Furthermore, I do appreciate previously all the hard work and efforts of the committees so that this event can be held well. Nutrition Show is a series of events from the Veteran Nutrition Event, or Venue 5.0, which is organized by HIMAGI UPN Veteran Jakarta, the form of an international webinar. This year, NUTRISHOW carries a theme, Actualizing a healthier diet with a sustainable diet for the preservation of nature and the environment. Through this event, I hope that we can all benefit in the form of knowledge and views regarding a good and sustainable diet by paying attention to environmental sustainability. I, as a representative of the committee, apologize if there are any mistakes in this event. I do hope that the participant can take part in this event well from start to finish. Thank you for your nice attention. The last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Saskina, for your speech. Next, please welcome Ms. Olvi Octaviani as the Chief Executive of HIMAGI 2022-2023. To Ms. Olvi, the room is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Mr. Agustiawan SST, FTM Fis, FTR, IFO, as Vice Dean of Student Affairs and Cooperation. The Honorable Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita, SECOM MKM, as Head of the Undergraduate Nutrition Science Program University of Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Our Honorable Moderator and Speakers of Nutrition Show, NUTRISHOW, International Webinar 2023, the Honorable Ms. Saskina Putri Mardison, as the Organizing Committee President of Nutrition Show, NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023, and all of the participants of Nutrition Show, NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor and great pleasure for us to welcome all the participants of Nutrition Show, NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023 today. Nutrition Show, or NUTRISHOW International Webinar 2023 is the peak activity of Veteran Nutrition Event 5.0, which this activity is in the form of an international scale webinar with the theme Actualizing a Healthier Diet with a Sustainable Diet for the Preservation of Nature and the Environment. In hope, this activity can give more our insight about healthy, sustainable diet that good for ourselves and the environment around us. This is all for me. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Olvi, for your speech. Next, please welcome Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita, SECOM MKM, as the Head Nutrition Program and Lecturers of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. We will kindly invite Dr. Nur Intania to deliver the speech. To Dr. Nur Intania, the room is yours.
Yes. Okay, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hope you are today. Welcome to the Nutrition Show International Webinar 2023. The Honorable Dean and of the Faculty of Health Sciences, UPNVJ, I would like to thanks the to the committee to organize this event. And thank you for the speakers, all speakers who are willing to share their knowledge this morning. And I hope this event is useful for all of you. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Intania, for your speech. And as we're waiting for Mr. Agustiawan, we're going to do a photo session together. So for all the participants, please turn on your camera and we will make a Bella Negara pose by clenching the right hand and put it on your left chest as I demonstrate. So clenching your right hand and then put it on your left chest as I demonstrate. Okay, and for the committee, please help me to take the photo while I'll be guiding in the count of 3. Are you guys ready? Okay, I'll be counting in the count of 3. We started with the first slide. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going on to the next slide. Slide number 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Slide number 3. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, going on to the next slide. Slide number 4. Please smile. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Sudah HP mau.
All right, thank you. We're going on to the next slide. Slide number 5. Please be ready. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, going on to the slide number 6. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide, slide number 7. Put your right hand and then put your clenching right hand to your left chest. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Going on to the next slide, slide number 8. Okay, gonna count for 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next slide, slide number 9. Please be ready. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And going on to the slide number 10. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Next, we're going on to the slide number 11. Please be ready. I'm gonna count from 3. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, got quite a lot of slides, but hanging on. We're going on to the next slide, slide number 12. Please be ready. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much to all the participants. And now, moving on to the next agenda, we're going to do the pretest. So the pretesting will be given in the Zoom chat and YouTube comment section, or you can see it directly on your screen that will be shared by the operator. Pretest can be done in about 15 minutes starting from now. Hello, if there are any troubles or difficulties while doing the pretest, kindly let us know by raising your hand via Zoom meeting and opening your microphone, or notice us via the chat section. Thank you and bye. All right, is everybody done with their pretest? If you're done, please let me know by giving me a thumbs up from the reaction section in the Zoom meeting. Is everybody done? All right, we're gonna take a little while until everybody is done with their pretest. Okay, I would like to remind to all the participants, if you have any trouble or difficulties while doing the pretest, please let us know by raising your hand via Zoom meeting and opening your microphone, or notice us via the chat section, or you could refresh your web browser to help with your troubles and difficulties. Okay, is everybody done with the pre-test? Please, to all participants to do the pre-test before we get into the webinar session. Okay, to everybody that's done the test, please let me know by giving us the thumbs up reaction on the Zoom section.
Gak ada setengahnya anjir. Bener 3 doang.
Okay, I hope everybody is done with their pre-test because the time has ended. And thank you very much to all the participants who did the pre-test. Now we are proceeding to the main agenda. This agenda will be guided by Dr. Yesi Krosita Octaria, Master in International Health, as today's moderator. But before we start it, please allow me to read the moderator's curriculum vitae. Okay, Dr. Yesi Krosita graduated from Erlangga University in 2004 with a bachelor degree in medical doctor. She took a master's degree in international health at the Royal Tropical Institute Amsterdam in 2008. And she took a doctoral degree in nutrition at Bogor Agricultural University in 2021. Dr. Yesi actively contributed as affiliate scientist at Southeast Asia Minister of Education Regional Center for Food and Nutrition since 2019 until now. Editor for Jurnal Gizi dan Pangan or Journal of Nutrition and Food, Bogor Agricultural University and Indonesian Food and Nutrition Association since 2017 until now. Consultant Udayana University since 2016 until now. Dr. Yesi also participated in project as research team member for assessment on school preparedness for face-to-face meeting during COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. Facilitators for workshop and training in sexual and reproductive health service during natural disaster for midwives Poltekkes Tasikmalaya in 2021. Research team member for weekly iron and folic acid supplementation, Mitra Youth Online Survey Nutrition International in 2020. And please allow me to mention some of Dr. Yesi's recent publication. Tembakau dan Stunting, Potret Persepsi Masyarakat dan Pembuat Kebijakan Mengenai Stunting dan Pengendalian Tembakau book, published by Siameo Rekpon in 2022. Indonesian Country Profile, School-Based Nutrition Promotion book, published by Siameo Rekpon in 2021. Maternal Characteristic as Predictor for Stunting in Rural Agricultural Household in Indonesia, Malaysian Journal of Public Health Medicine 2021, and many more publications. All right, that was our moderator's curriculum vitae. Now I would like to check if Dr. Yasi is already here and ready to take the session. Hello, Dr. Yasi, are you ready to take the session?
Hello, Najwa. Thank you for your time. And for the introduction, although I think that was my old CV, that is my bad because now I am part of the UPNVJ, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I would like to take over the session now. And again, good morning for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Kebajikan. I would like to extend my warm welcome to this Zoom room for all the participants and also the Honorable Head of Nutrition Study Program, Ibu Nurintania Sofyanita, and also the Vice Dean. I think Mr. Agus is here. And also I would like to give you a little flashback on the this international webinar. So this NutriShow, I think, is an annual event conducted by the student body of the nutrition program in University Pembangunan Jakarta. And the theme for this year, let me read this one because it's pretty mouthful, because it's a bit long. Actualizing a healthier diet with a sustainable diet for the preservation of nature and the environment. So the bottom line is how to balance our need for healthier food and the need for us to preserve the nature so that the Earth's capacity to supply us with those healthier food will be sustainable. So it is time to move on, not only focusing to us as human or anthropocentric development, but also how to balance the need from us as a human, as a species that roaming the Earth, Earth's capacity to supply us with those things. Okay, because only then we can reach food security, where healthy food is available, accessible, being able to be utilized, and also sustainable for all. And I think those that is the big theme for our webinar today. Therefore, we have the 3 lineups of speakers that we will have today. And without further ado, let us invite our first speaker, Ibu Dr. Afilia Kuratur Marjan. She is in the room. She is the young, hi Ibu.
Hi, Dr. Yasi.
We meet again in Zoom. She is a young lecturer from the nutrition program in UPN Veteran Jakarta. She earned her bachelor degree in community nutrition from IPB University and also a magister for nutrition science from the same university, IPB University, and her doctoral degree in public health with a specialization in nutrition from the University of Indonesia. She published 2 Scopus articles and also 29 manuscripts in Sinta journals. Her latest presentation in international seminar was in the International Conference of Nutrition last year in Tokyo. And also her latest research was a longitudinal study on the effect of anemia, concurrent anemia, stunting on cognitive ability in children. This is a very seminal research. Dr. Afilia will present the topic food and climate change as a starter on our discussion. The time and screen is yours, Bu Afilia.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Yasi.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Dr. Yasi, as a moderator today. Okay, I would like to say thank you to second and third speaker, Mr. Wahyu from University of Indonesia and Dr. Kritikana from University of Delhi. Hello, my name is Aflia Kuratul Marjan, a lecturer in the nutrition program at UPN Veteran Jakarta. We call in bahasa tuan rumah, yes. Okay. Good morning to all participants of NUTRISHOW 2023. I extend my respect to the Vice Dean, Bapak Agustiawan, and the lead of the Faculty of Health Science at UPN Veteran Jakarta, and the head of the nutrition program, Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita, and the esteemed organizing committee. Okay. This morning, we are gathered here to participate in NUTRISHOW, and I would share my presentation by myself. Yes. Wait. Okay. Okay, we can see the my presentation, my PowerPoint, yes. And I have been assigned the task of providing information on food and climate change. And all right, with your permission, I will begin my presentation with the title Food and Climate Change. Okay. There are two important topics I will discuss today, namely what does food have to do with climate change and how can food-related emission be reduced? Okay, regarding the topic of the relationship between food and climate change, I will discuss about greenhouse gas emission, land use and deforestation, water resources, and food waste. And on the topic of reducing emission related to food, I will discuss about sustainable agriculture practice, sustainable land use, food system and dietary change, and education and awareness. Okay, what does food have to do with climate change? Food is an essential part of our lives, but also has a significant impact on the environment, particularly when it comes to climate change. Food and climate change are two topics that may not seem to be related, but they are intricately linked. Yes, the food we eat has a significant impact on the environment, and in turn, the environment affects the food we can produce. As we face the challenge of climate change, it is important to understand the relationship between our food choice and the environment. Okay, in this slide, we discuss about food production and greenhouse gas emission. Food production is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emission, with estimates suggesting that it accounts for around a quarter of all global emission. Okay, from food production, including agriculture, livestock farming, and transportation, contribute to greenhouse gas emission, and the main gases involved are carbon dioxide or CO2, methane, CH4, and nitrous oxide or N2O. Okay. Agriculture can cause the gas emission. Yes, agriculture is both a contributor to and a victim of climate change. Extreme weather, even drought and flood, can damage crop and reduce yields, leading to food storage and price increases. On the other hand, unsustainable agriculture practice such as deforestation, monoculture, and excessive use of fertilizer or pesticides contribute to greenhouse gas emission. The use of synthetic fertilizer, which release N2O, and the management of livestock waste contribute to emission. Additionally, certain agriculture practices such as rice cultivation and the burning of agricultural residue release the methane. And you know that the methane, one of the gas emission. Okay, the picture, okay, you can see the picture. The picture illustrates how farming and agriculture can be one of the cause of climate change, and agriculture is a significant contributor to anthropogenic global warming and reducing agriculture emission, largely methane and nitrous oxide, could play a significant role in climate change mitigation. Okay, next, the majority of agriculture emissions are methane. Yes, the first picture we can see the first picture, biogenic methane. Yeah, the biogenic methane is any methane created by things alive today and things that have very recently died. That could be from cows, landfills, or microbes in stagnant ponds. This is a major contributor to the agriculture sector climate impacts. The creation of biogenic methane is indirectly linked to the drawdown of carbon dioxide by photosynthesis. And the second picture shows fossil methane. Yeah, we can see the fossil methane is made from carbon that has been stored underground. You see the fossil methane in underground for millions of years far from the surface and the global atmosphere. Virtually all gas burned for energy today is fossil methane, and the production of all fossil methanes or fossil fuels involves releasing significant amount of the methane. And releasing this methane involves introducing of carbon to the active biosphere that had long ago been removed from the system. Okay, next, deforestation can cause gas emission. Yes, deforestation is a key contributor to human-caused climate change. When forests are cleared or burned, they release the carbon they store, and removing trees also diminishes important carbon sinks that takes up CO2 from the atmosphere, and deforestation release store carbon into the atmosphere, reducing the Earth's capacity to absorb. And when deforestation occurs, much of the carbon stored by tree is released back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide, which contribute to climate change. Okay, next, food transportation can cause the gas emission. New research from Nature Food show that the food meals or the distance between the place where food is grown to your plate has a much higher carbon footprint than previously estimated. This indicates that transport accounts for 19% of total food system emission, and the transport of fruit and vegetable contribute 36% of food meals emission, around twice the amount of greenhouse gases, or we know GHG, released during their production. Okay. The land use and deforestation. Yes, land use contribute 12 to 20% of global greenhouse gas emission. Forest degradation, yes, change the negatively affect of forest structure or function, but they do not decrease its area. And the destruction of tropical peatlands also contribute this emission. And forests act as carbon sinks, absorb CO2 from the atmosphere. Okay. The slide show the research with the title recent deforestation drove the spike in Amazonian fire. Okay, land use refers to how land is utilized for various purposes such as agriculture, forestry, urbanization, infrastructure development, and conservation. Deforestation, on the other hand, specifically refers to the permanent removal of forest or tree cover from a particular area. Okay, next, water resources. Practice like irrigation and intensive livestock farming can lead to water scarcity and depletion of freshwater resources. This affect both the availability of the water for communities and ecosystem, and exacerbate the impact of climate change. Water resources and climate change have a complex relationship. Understanding and managing the interaction between water and climate change are crucial for sustainable water management and climate adaptation strategies. Next, food waste. We know the food waste is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emission. Yes, food waste also has significant environmental impact. It is valuable resources such as water, fertilizers, or pesticide and energy that are used in food production and also contribute to deforestation as more land is cleared for agriculture. Okay, we can see the carbon footprint of food. Yes, we know that the carbon footprint of food is influenced by various factors, such as the type of food, how it's produced, and how far it travels. Meat production has a much higher food carbon footprint than plant-based food, and reducing meat consumption, particularly beef and lamb, can have a significant impact on reducing our carbon footprint. And by choosing plant-based protein sources such as bean, lentils, tofu, we can reduce our impact on the environment while also improving our health. Okay. We go to the main topic, second topic. The second major topic in today's presentation is about how food-related emission be reduced. Yes, we have 5 key or 6 key to mitigate the gas emission. Yes, what you can do to make difference? Yes, by making small changes in our daily life, we can make a difference in reducing our impact on the environment. Every action count, and together we can create a more sustainable future for ourselves and future generation. And reducing food-related emission is crucial in addressing climate change. And here are some key strategies to help mitigate emission through the food system. First, sustainable agriculture practice. Second, sustainable land use. Third, food system and dietary change. Fourth, reduce food waste. And the fifth, education and awareness. Okay. First, sustainable agriculture can mitigate the gas emission. Yes, implementing practice like precision agroforestry and organic farming can reduce greenhouse gas emission, chemical input, and promote soil health. Yes, sustainable agriculture practice can play a crucial role in mitigation chain, and many studies show that the regenerative farming practice can sequester carbon in the soil, helping to mitigate the effect of climate change. Okay, here are some things that can be done to support the implementation of sustainable agriculture practice. Improve environmental health, minimization of off-site environmental impact, reduce environmental risk, optimize resources usage and conservation, high production benefit and low-cost production, and improve food production. Okay, the second key that we can do to mitigate the gas emission have key principle. Sustainable land use. Yes, the sustainable land use have key principle. That key principle and consideration in sustainable land use include conservation of natural resources, land productivity and resilience, biodiversity conservation, minimizing environmental impacts, social and economic consideration, and land use planning and governance. Okay, next, reduce deforestation. We know about the deforestation can cause the climate change, and protect forests and promoting sustainable land management practice can help preserve carbon sinks and biodiversity. Okay, next, to sustainable land use, we use efficient livestock management. Livestock farming, particularly intensive system, contribute significantly to emission. Implement practice such as improve feed efficiency, proper waste management, using methane digester can help reduce emission from livestock. Okay, here are some things that can be done to promote sustainable land use. Zero deforestation and conversion, sustainable forest and grassland management, agroforestry, integrated water management, better livestock management, better cropland management, reduce food loss and waste, diet, safe and better urban planning. Next, we have to food system and dietary change to mitigate the climate change or mitigate the gas emission. The current global food system is often criticized for its negative environmental consequences, including deforestation, greenhouse gas emission or GHG, water pollution, and soil degradation. Large-scale industrial agriculture, intensive livestock production, and excessive use of pesticide and fertilizer contribute to this issue. And dietary change, yes, as we know, we are nutritionists and focused in dietary, yes. Dietary change can help address this concern by promoting more sustainable food choices. Dietary change play a crucial role in shaping the food system, yes. Shift in the dietary patterns such as an increased consumption of processed food, high in sugar, unhealthy fat, and additive have been associated with the rise in diet-related disease like obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular problems. On the other hand, adopting a balanced and nutrition diet can contribute to improve health outcomes and reduce environmental impact. Shifting toward a more sustainable food system and healthier diet involves several strategies. First, promoting plant-based diets, supporting local and sustainable food production, reducing food waste, improving food labeling and consumer education, and policy intervention for governor. Okay, next, the fourth, reducing food waste. Yes, reducing food waste can have significant impact on reducing our carbon footprint. How to reduce your food waste at home? Yes, you can plan your meal. Yes, know how to store your food, understand use by versus best before that. Yeah, first in or first out in your refrigerator. Use what you have. Yeah, please use what you have. Yeah, in bahasa called don't mubazir, jangan mubazir. Yeah, repurpose was where possible. Share extra food with others. Know your mold and avoid serving too much. Yes, and by reducing food waste, we can save money, conserve resources, and help mitigate climate change. Okay, last but not least, I would like to say the importance of education and awareness. Yes, increasing public awareness and educating consumers about the environmental impact of their food choices can encourage more sustainable behavior. And this can include providing information on sustainable diet, food label, and certification schemes, yeah, to policy and governance, research and innovation. From policy and governance and research and innovation, we have the strategies and fostering collaboration among stakeholders. It is possible to reduce food-related emission and create a more sustainable and climate-resilient food system. Okay, many research show that the between of food and climate change and food security and risk and response. And I have read the many journal, yeah, or the research about food and climate change, yeah. And the last slide, I would like to say, let's choose food that honor the planet and fight against climate change. And climate change is not just about carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide level. It's also about what's on our planet. And please reduce the climate change and reduce the gas emission. And please don't do the food waste. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you. I will back to moderator, Dr. Yesti.
Thank you, Bu Ajan, Dr. Ajan, for the very comprehensive lecture on the climate change and food. You already tackle what does food have to do with climate change and how what we can do to reduce it. You also talk about how are we going to face this climate change issue by coordination between policymakers and the lay people. What can we do at the household level and at policy levels? By identifying what does food have to do with climate change through the agriculture process, land use and deforestation, water use and food waste. We also you also mentioned some strategy to mitigate and to prevent and to improve our agricultural practice and our land use practice, the water use practice, and also the food waste, how to manage our food waste, try to reduce it. I think now it's time for a question and answer. I will invite from the participants to, I will invite 2 questions. How many questions do we have? Okay. I will invite the first 2 questions from the floor. You can raise up your hand. Oh, okay. So we have question here. Okay, wow, this is a very important question, and it is very very nutritionist, yeah. How do you think, how are we going to deal with hospital food waste well? Because one of the source of food waste, not only from the household, but also from the institutions such as the food and beverage industry, and including the hospital. That is the first question for Bu Dr. Ajan. Let's move on to the answer first before we move on to the second question. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yesi. Thank you, Mbak Misarkoh Siska Aswaf. Yes, how do you think how to deal with hospital waste well? Yes. Hospital food waste contribute to climate change in several ways. Yes, greenhouse gas emission. When food is waste in hospital, it is typically disposed of in landfill. As the food decompose, it produces methane and a potent greenhouse gas. And energy and resources use, yeah, food production impact. We know that hospital food waste represent a loss of agriculture production effort. Yes, the cultivation of crop, raising livestock, and other food production activity require land, water, and energy. It can make the climate change and gas emission. Yeah, how can we do? Yes, how can we do to reduce? Yes, the food waste in hospital. Yes. First, source reduction. Yes, implement strategy to minimize food waste at the source by improving inventory management, portion control, and meal planning. This can help reduce the overall amount of food waste in hospital. And second, food donation and redistribution. Yes. Establish partnership with local food bank or organization to donate excess or unused food that is safe for consumption. Third, consumpting and anaerobic digestion. Implement composite or anaerobic digestion system to manage food waste. We can do the biopory, yes, to make the soil health, yeah. And education and awareness, raise awareness, like I tell in my presentation in the last slide, say that the awareness and education among hospital staff, patient, and visitor about the importance of reducing food waste and it is environmental impact and sustainable procurement. Yeah. For sustainable resourcing practice, such as purchasing locally produced and seasonal food, supporting sustainable agriculture, and reducing the distance food travel can help minimize greenhouse gas emission with the food transportation from the land, from the farm to the hospital, like this. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Yesi and Misa.
It is a very comprehensive answer. I think not only tackling the food waste, but also how we start a more sustainable food procurement in the hospital. Yeah, Bu Ajan mentioned from resources planning, outsourcing for local food, and then after that, planning the portion and everything so we can reduce minimize food waste. But if we have food waste, we can partner up with some donation program, and also using composting, anaerobic composting method for managing the food waste, and also maybe if possible, there are some reuse of some resources. I think those are some, I think, very comprehensive answer for the question from Mr. Kosiska Aswa from Rumah Sakit Graha Yasmin. I think we will invite one more question before we end the session. Okay, now the second question from Sulistiawati Asaka from Universitas Bina Mandiri. The question is how to deal with contributors to greenhouse gas emission continuously where the community does not care about greenhouse gas emission. I think this is also very interesting question, Bu Ajan. The time is yours.
Okay, wait, Dr. Yesi.
I think this relates to your last point, but the last and important point of your presentation, no?
Okay. Wait. How to deal? Thank you for Sulistiawati Asraka, Universitas Bina Mandiri. Yeah, how to deal the contributor to greenhouse gas emission continuously where the community does not care. Yes, globally, many community have awareness and education about the greenhouse emission, and say to global Earth, say to World Earth Day, yes, World Earth Day, yes. The campaign and awareness and education play a crucial role in addressing greenhouse gas emission and combating climate change, yes. By increasing public understanding of the causes and campaigns, impact and solution related to greenhouse gas emission, and we can inspire individuals, communities, and organizations to take meaningful action. Yeah, here are some key that we can do to make the community or the people aware about the greenhouse gas emission. Please understanding greenhouse gas emission. Education should focus on explain what greenhouse gases are, how they contribute to climate change, and the main sources of this emission. And next, the climate change impact. Yes, climate change impact can make the broke your earth. Yes, in education, individual about the consequence of climate change is crucial for raising awareness and the campaign. We can do this to make the sustainable of the green earth, green earth. And source of the greenhouse gas emission, you can tell to the organization, community, and people how to reduce the climate change, and how and what the impact of the climate change in our lives. That's all. With the footprint, carbon footprint, personal carbon footprint, with educating individual about their own on carbon footprint, and sustainable life choices is the part of the a part of make the green green earth, not greenhouse, yes, not greenhouse gases, but green earth. Green earth means the reducing of climate change. That's all, Dr. Yesi.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ajan. You also already mentioned how actually there are some global movement, yeah, Bu Ajan. So
Yes.
we can refer to that, but also it doesn't close the opportunity for local movement around us to start thinking about the green earth, not the greenhouse gases, through educating people with personal carbon footprint and personal carbon footprint. So there are two I saw in Bu Ajan slides, and also maybe not only for the lay people, but also for the policymaker to start moving, thinking about green earth too, yeah, Bu Ajan, as you mentioned in your presentation and your answers. And this is, I think, okay. I think this is the last question for our session. We have two very insightful questions about how to deal, because now I think most of the participants here already aware of the linking between food and the carbon footprints and the climate change. So most of their questions are about what can we do to reduce the carbon footprints and also the greenhouse gases and managing the food waste. So I think that's all for our session, the first session. Actually, it's an introduction about how to link food and climate change. It's actually has a very great a close relationship, yeah, from the production until the end. And for our appreciation for our speaker, Ibu Dr. Afilia Kuratumajan, the committee will present a certificate of appreciation for your contribution as a speaker in this webinar. This is for Ibu Ajan. Maybe you want to say one or two sentences regarding this.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yesi, as a moderator, and thank you for the Committee NutriShow 2023. The NutriShow event is the make us to know about the climate change, environment care, green earth, yes, and the college student how to must know to do the food waste, yes, food waste, or like mubazir is the contribute to the food or climate change, yes. Please don't do this to make your art like green, yeah, green earth, not greenhouse gas, yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Dr. Afilia Kuratul Marjan, for your time and very insightful presentation. Now I will give the floor to our MC for the next session.
All right, thank you, Dr. Yasid, for leading the first session, and thank you, Dr. Ajan, for your insightful discussion about food and climate change. All right, thank you so much. Before we go on to the next speaker, we are going to play a game. I would like to invite all participants to play the game that can help you to feel more relaxed than before. So, are you guys ready to play? Let's check on the screen. Okay, so we are going to play a riddle, and for sure I'm going to be the riddler. And here's how the game works. This ice-breaking game takes the shape of a riddle and will consist of 5 questions. There will be 2 hints for each question, and the MC will count to 3. After that, participant then allowed to answer. Participants are allowed to answer via the chat column or use the raise hand feature and open their microphone after the MC gives the permission. And each question will be given for 3 minutes. Okay, I think the rules are quite clear and easy to understand. Without any further ado, let's play the game. Okay, the question number 1, the first riddle. So, what fruit is shaped like a pear but has a different color? I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Is there anyone who knows the answer? You can raise your hand and then open your microphone in the Zoom session. Does anybody know what's the answer of this first riddle? Okay, maybe it's kind of hard, so I'm gonna give you the hints. The flesh are creamy and it contains a lot of calories. Anybody know the answer? You can chat in the chat section, or you can raise your hand and then open up your microphone and then answer the question. All right, I see a lot of answer here, but fortunately, we got the first one from Noviola Layla, and you're right, the answer is avocado. So, avocados are shaped like pears and have a green color. Also, they are high in calories as well as monounsaturated fat. This type of fat is good for your body because it helps to lower your blood cholesterol. However, it should only be consumed in small portions. Okay, thank you so much for Noviolet. And going on to the next riddle, the second question. Okay, so what nutrient has quite a bad reputation, but is still essential in your diet? So it is known as a bad. Okay, I haven't come, but yes, you're right. The answer is fat. Can go on, operator, to the next slide. So fat is a type of a nutrient that you get from your diet. It is essential to eat some fat, though it is also harmful if you eat it too much. The fats that you eat give your body an energy, and it needs to work properly and help you absorb fat-soluble vitamins such as A, D, E, and K. All right, thank you so much for your enthusiasm. Good job for answering this riddle. Going on to the next one, the third riddle. So what vegetable is green, has a round shape, and people often use its leaves for salad and sandwiches? I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got the answer here. Okay, so yeah, the answer here is lettuce. We haven't told the hints yet, but good job. So lettuce is a vegetable, and it most often grows as a leaf vegetable. Lettuce is safe to eat raw and fresh, but it is most often used for salads and sandwiches. It is rich in antioxidants that protect you from free radicals that can cause some diseases such as cancer, stroke, cardiac disease, and many others. Good job, everyone. Okay, going on to the next question, the fourth riddle. Okay, so what is the only vegetable that will make you cry? I think this one is easy because relatable. Okay, all right. Yeah, you guys are right. So the answer is onion. Onion is a vegetable that can be added to almost every food. Literally every food. In every household, they have onion. So when an onion is sliced or diced, certain compounds are released, causing the nerves around the eyes to become irritated. These compounds consist of methionine and cysteine that are part of amino acid family. The onion cell releases these compounds into the air. When this occurs, enzyme works to alter the amino acids into glycometal compounds. This form of sulfuric acid irritates the nerves around the eyes and making them to tear. Okay, it's quite easy, isn't it? Okay, moving on to the next question, the fifth riddle. Okay, the fifth riddle, or the last question. So, what is fruit is often considered as a vegetable? Okay, I love the enthusiasm, and yeah, all right. The answer is tomato. You guys all right? So it is quite not exceptional. It is quite controversial. So tomatoes are classified as a fruit because they contain the seed. So tomatoes are fruit, not a vegetable. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Tomatoes are very high in vitamin A, vitamin B6, vitamin C, potassium, manganese, and dietary fiber. So You guys are very cool to guess it all right, even though I haven't counted. So I love your enthusiasm. But unfortunately, that was the last question, and this game has to end. But I would like to say thank you so much to all the participants who joined the game. I hope all of you feel entertained and feel more relaxed, so we can continue to the webinar with a fresh mind. And now I would like to invite Dr. Yesi to lead the webinar session again. To Dr. Yesi, the room is yours.
Thank you, Najwa. Okay, so now let's move on to our next discussion. We have our second speaker here, Bapak Wahyu Kurnia SKM MKM. How are you, Pak Wahyu? Good morning. I think we met in University of Indonesia sometimes ago.
Kata Kak Mel, kita ikut kumpul.
Okay. So our second speaker is Bapak Wahyu Kurnia SKM MKM. He is a lecturer from in the Faculty of Public Health, University of Indonesia. He has been involved in various community development programs. The latest being the Duta Anak Sehat Cegah Stunting in Padang through the Kedai Reka scheme. With that, he produced 3 modules published and 1 scientific article. His latest publication is prediction of low birth weight based on maternal third semester weight at maternal clinic in Jakarta, and it was published in Journal Media Gizi Indonesia. In addition to that, he also received an appreciation from his workplace, the University of Indonesia, as a contributing for a faculty member. He is a faculty member who contributes for prevention and mitigation of COVID-19 pandemic. And today he will talk about environmentally friendly diet. So after we talk about what is the relationship between climate change and food, now we have our second speaker. We'll talk about environmentally friendly diet. And now, Mr. Wahyu Kurnia, the time and screen is yours. Hello. Okay. Any technical difficulties, maybe? Why the room is so quiet? Can we contact Mr. Wahyu Kurnia in? Okay. Or maybe while we're waiting, can I give the screen to you again, Najwa? Maybe so the committee can coordinate with the speaker, maybe? Okay. While we're waiting for Mr. Wahyu Kurnia, maybe I would like to hear from the committee. Oh, hi, Pak Wahyu.
Hello, Dr. Yesi. I'm sorry for being late.
It's okay. It's okay. I already read your CV.
Okay.
You mind to jump into the presentation?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Okay. The time and screen is yours, Pak Wahyu.
Okay, baik. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Yesi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning to all of you. It is an honor to be here with you virtually this morning, despite this is long weekend. and also Idul Adha, but I see that there are about 650 participants. And that's great. Honorable Dean and Vice Dean from UPNVJ, Honorable Head of Nutrition Department, Bu Dr. Nur Intania, and also my senior distinguished speakers and also distinguished participants. I would like to present my topic that was given from the committee about the environmentally friendly diet. Maybe I will share by myself because there is a little bit change. Thank you. I will give the updated version after this. Okay. It's already shared. Okay.
Yes, we can see, but not in a screen share or not in the presentation room. Yes, now.
Okay. Let me start my presentation. Ibu Dr. Ajan has been open this event with a great presentation about the food system and the environmental impact. And I will continue the presentation about the specific topic, the environmentally friendly diet. Before that, I would like to please introduce myself. My name is Wahyu Kurnia. I got my bachelor and master on public health nutrition from Faculty of Public Health University Indonesia. And now I'm working at nutrition program and also nutritionist development team at yetela.id. Okay, let us start with the stages of modern global agricultural and food system development. I think we all already know about this framework from Barry M. Popkin at 2015. He divided the stages of modern agricultural and food system into 5 stages. And now we are on the, 6 stages. And now we are in the 5th stage, whereas the commercial sector shift major driver of system change. And what I would like to highlight is that in this stage that many of us ignoring the climate, but maybe about 10 years from now, but the 10 years before, we are now thinking about the impact of agriculture into the environment. So we hope that in the future we get the healthier food. From Sabate et al. At 2016, the studies show the interlinking between natural world and human societies. There are 2 inputs that is resources and demands, and 2 output that is pollution, that are pollution and food. Where the food and the pollution will bring the climate change, and the climate change also will make low regional food yields and or reduce nutritional content, and that will be impact into the food insecurity. This is the environment nutrition model, including an example of the relationship between climate change and food security. And one of the sources that I read about that by 2015, the world population increased by about 35%. But in order to feed that population, the crop production will need to be double. Okay, to feed about 35%, so we need to 100% added crop production. Why? Because production will have to far outpace in growth. Developing world grows prosperous enough to eat more meat. Because in order to produce more meat, we need to uh, produce more crop for our food and for the feed for the cattle and the other meat source. Okay, and then from the Lancet Commission brief for everyone in 2019, it is said that today agriculture occupies nearly 40% of global land, making agroecosystem the largest terrestrial ecosystem on the planet. Food production is responsible for up to 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 70% of freshwater use. And also land conversion for production is the single most important drivers of biodiversity loss. Food source from animals, especially red meat, have relatively high environmental footprint resorting compared to other food. This has an impact on greenhouse emissions, land use, and biodiversity loss. And also from the Global Nutrition Report, it is said that current dietary patterns globally and in most regions are neither healthy nor sustainable. From the Global Nutrition Report 2020, we see that there are no regions on course to meet global environmental targets related to the food system. And we see that Northern America, Oceania, Latin America, and Europe is the fourth most above the planetary boundaries target related to the, especially in the greenhouse gas emission. Okay, and also in 2014, there are concerns about rising demand for meat. Okay, appetite for meat is growing as the developing world becomes more prosperous. But meat, especially beef, can be polarizing on health and environmental and ethical ground. Okay, can see that by 2050, when the world's population is expected to surpass 9 billion, crop production will need to double to provide feed for livestock as well as direct human consumption. This is the graphic about the changes in calories from meat in per capita per day. You can see that China, South Korea, Myanmar, and Japan are the foremost inclining needs for meat. In Indonesia, there is also an increasing need for meat, but this is still low comparing to the other countries. Okay, and From the UN study, we can see that when we comparing the greenhouse emission per 100 gram of proteins and also per 1,000 kilocalories, beef is the most emitted item among the others. Okay, and also lamb and shellfish. So we can see that along with the rising demand of meat, there will be also a rising emission of greenhouse gas. Sorry. Okay. Okay. And also this is an interesting finding that will have what they are having. Our diet become more similar in all over the world. People increasingly eat the same types of comparing diets by country. The International Agricultural Research Group track 5 decades of changes. People now get more calories from wheat, rice, corn, sugar, oil carbs, and animal products. Okay, we can see that many countries that have changed their diet. Globally, diet have become more similar by 36% on average. This similarity including the consumption of red meat. And also our staples become less varied. Okay, and then diet has changed most dramatically in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. This greater homogeneity in world diets also makes the food supply more vulnerable. Okay, and we can see in Indonesia, the next slide, there are also shifting the variety of diet. Our diet also become more similar with the other countries' diet. And one of the drivers is the trend. We are now more easy to get information, so we, especially in the adolescence period, want to follow the trend, also in diet. Okay, the changes in our diet is one of the drivers of diversity loss in crops. 70% food diversity has been lost since 1900, and also we are now only have 30 crops that are staple food for most countries. Okay, and in the long term, it will affect our security. Okay, so what is the best and the worst plan? The best and the worst diet plan. The healthy and also the environmentally friendly diet. I think I would like to present about this in it's like a continuum. In the this side, the left side, I call it the less eco-friendly, because this diet emphasize on the red meat consumption. Okay, it's Atkins, ketogenic, carnivore, and also paleo diet. But in the other side, I call it the more eco-friendly, uh, healthy, but with some notes. Because we know that vegan, in many discussion, also develop risk for nutrient deficiency. You can mention it iron and also B12 vitamin. But it is more eco-friendly. A study from Rose et al. In 2007 found that no differences were found for the environmental impact of ovo-lactarians and vegan, which also had diets more adherent to the Mediterranean pattern. So Rose et al. Found that uh, for those who usually consume meat, uh, there there is no need to change it dramatically, but you can follow the Mediterranean pattern because it will also have the great impact to the environment. Along with that finding, Chai et al. In 2019 found that vegan diet is the optimal diet for the environment. But there are possibility of achieving the same environmental impact as of the vegan diet without excluding the meat and dairy food group, but rather by reducing them substantially. So what is the best solution, especially for us, most of us that are omnivore? I think that is we call it now the flexitarian diet. Limited amount of red meat and variety of animal protein. This is that has been said in the Lancet report, the win-win diet, healthy and yet sustainable. Okay, from this graph, we know that from this picture, we know that different food groups have different impacts on different environmental dimension. And we can see that animal product is the most item that give the most environmental pressure. Okay, in many indicators, greenhouse gas emission, carbon use, nitrogen application, and phosphorus. Okay, and along with that is also staples. In our country, maybe is rice. Okay. Okay, when we talking about environmentally friendly diet, not only about what we eat, we can see from the slide before that reducing red meat intake will have a great impact in environment. But that is not enough. We need to know also how we treat our food. Loss and waste is also a major concern when we're talking about environmentally friendly diet. Along the food supply chain, vegetable and fruits are the most damaged and wasted. Vegetables and fruit are also the most wasted food at the house. So you can see from this picture, this picture is depicting the data from Australia, New Zealand, and US about the food supply chain for fruit and vegetable. Okay, 20% is lost in harvesting and packing. 3% is lost during the storage and distribution. 2% is lost during the manufacturing and production. When the vegetables and fruit are used to make the process. Okay, and also 9% discarded at the grocery or market. The most cause is lower quality and preference and etc. When we shop it at the market, we will choose the best item. Also in fruit and vegetables. So it will cost about 9% discarded fruit and vegetable. When we see a little spot in the fruit or a little bit scars, we say that this is the food with lower quality. Then we didn't choose that. So that will be discarded. And unfortunately, about 19% of fruit and vegetables are uneaten and wasted at house. So in general, from 100% of production, only about 47% is consumed and have the impact in our health and nutritional status. Okay, this is a great loss, I think. And how about in Indonesia? Study from Bapenas about food loss and waste also showed similar finding. Food loss and waste generation in Indonesia from 2000 until 2019 has reached about 115 until 184 kilogram per capita per year. And based on the food supply chain, the biggest generation occurs at consumption stage. Okay, this is in the household level. We often buy a big amount of food. We eat it on only a small amount, and we kept it in our refrigerator. But we forgot that we have that food. After 1 week or 2 weeks, we open our refrigerator again and we say, we have this food, but with lower quality. So we cut that food. That is the source of food waste in the household level. My 5 main causes and drivers of food loss and waste in Indonesia: the lack of implementation of good handling practice, insufficient quality of storage, market standards and consumer preference, and also lack of information or education for food workers and consumer. And the last part, at the household level, portion and consumer behavior. As we can see that this food loss will, if we reduce that food loss, the number of people that can be fed from the loss of nutrition is about 26 to 47 of Indonesia's population. So this is a great loss for our country. Especially that our country still facing a triple burden of malnutrition. Okay, also in the one side we produce more food loss, but the other side there are still some of our population that has not been fed properly. Okay, and from the same study found that food loss occurs in the first 3 stages. Okay, the production, post-harvest and storage, and the processing and packaging stage. While the food waste arises in the last 2 stages, the distribution and market and the consumption stage. And we can see the trend for the food loss and waste is increasing by time. Okay, maybe this is the definition of food loss and food waste. Food loss is in the quantity of food resulting from decision and action by suppliers, chains, while the food waste refers to the decrease in the quantity of food resulting from decision and action by retailers, food service providers, and consumers. Okay, and Bu Dr. Ajan already mentioned it about food miles effect, the distance traveled by food items from food production to consumption to indicate the environmental impact, example, energy use or data from our work in data showed that the transportation only account about 6% of the global greenhouse gas emission. But the interesting finding from Lee et al. In 2020, when the entire food supply chain was considered, global food miles equate to about 3.0 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. It is higher than previously thought, about 90 to 20% of total food system emission. Why? Because in this study, they not only account for the transportation, also the need the need of refrigeration while transporting the fruit and vegetables. Okay, and also consumer usually demanded out of season food. This will be also contribute to the higher gas emission. Okay, so from this study, found that food miles contributed only 18% of the total freight miles, but the emission from the made up about 30% of total freight emission, and mostly from international trade. So this is some warning for us, especially when we like to consume the imported product. It will contribute to the higher gas emission. So how can we make a change? I think all of you have been know about this. Healthy and sustainable food can be a powerful driver of change. The EAT Lancet Commission outlines a planetary health diet, increasing the consumption of variety of fruits, vegetables, nuts, and legumes, alongside a portion of meat and dairy. Okay, it emphasizes the flexible and recommend intake level of various food groups that we can adapt in our to our local geography, culinary traditions, and personal preference. I think this is the three point that we need to be discussed extensively. Okay, this is the details of planetary health diet. So we can see that the major carbohydrate source from the whole grain and some of tuber or starchy vegetables. and then the vegetables and fruit will take out 50% in our daily meals, and also the dairy food, protein source, also added fats and added sugar. Added fat and added sugar will only take a small amount in our, and for the protein source, it was emphasized from the plant. Okay, when we comparing the planetary health diet and or isi piring, I think it's quite similar. So when we implement our isi piringku, we also automatically implement the planetary health diet. But unfortunately, the isi piringku, we teach the guideline, but I don't know how we implement it in our daily life. Okay, this is some tips and that I think that will be discussed extensively by the third speaker. How we can apply the planetary health diet: choose healthy and delicious food, eat more fruits, vegetables, legumes, nuts, and whole grain. Go easy on meat consumption. Add more fish and poultry. I think protein from animal is important in our country. Still facing the deficiency in iron, and also we still facing the stunting. So our country meat consumption or animal source protein is important, but we can vary it with more fish and less processed food, moderation and variety in food intake, cook more at home, choose local food, preserve and practice our local wisdom in our food choice, and just enough, mind your meal and zero waste. Okay, substitute red meat with more fish and poultry because different source of animal protein place different demands on natural resources. Okay, in this picture, the feed conversion ratio, feed required to gain 1 pound of body mass, and we see that cattle, especially beef, need more feed to gain 1 pound of body mass. Farming fish is more or less times more efficient than raising beef. Okay, I think we need to consume more fish from now, so we can contribute to reduce the gas emission from the production of meat. Okay, and also why local food? We tend to interpret information around us in simplistic terms, like meat is bad, vegetables are good. But study from Lee et al., in addition to shifting toward plant-based diet, eating locally ideal, especially in affluent countries. This is our local tradition, our local food for vegetables, karedok, lecing, urap, and lodeh. Because the habit of consumers in affluent countries demanding unseasonal foods year-round, which need to be transported from elsewhere, contribute to higher emission. Okay, and also beside the transportation, there are a lot of other things that can affect a product's carbon footprint. For example, UK tomatoes grown in heated greenhouse may actually have a higher carbon footprint than tomatoes imported from the hotter country. So if we consume our tomatoes, we'll have less carbon footprint than we consume tomatoes imported from the other country. Okay, preserve and practice our local wisdom. We need to explore and the nutritional value, cultural significance, as market success of traditional food for everyday diets. This is some example protein source in our traditional culture. Grasshoppers, talang, arbon, tutut, and ulat sagu. The example for the fruit and vegetable. I don't know how many of seen or have eaten this kind of protein source and fruit jamblang, kelor, telur tebu, terbuk, ciplukan, and okay. Preserving local edible biodiversity is important because to feed the world's growing population, in a sustainable, healthy, and environmentally friendly, we should conserve and revive nutritious traditional edible biodiversity and include it in diets for better health. Okay, but some says that locally grown traditional vegetables had a poor image because people saw local crops as food for the poor or the elderly, and also they were taught that that kind of vegetables to be bitter and difficult. So we need to deal with this poor image. Okay, there are some challenges related to local or traditional food. Data on their nutritional properties missing or incomplete. Imported foreign less nutritious food have taken our place. We know better the imported food than our traditional. Cultivating these crops and bringing them to market is labor intensive and time consuming. So we need to modernize how we use this local and traditional food, and also poor image of local and traditional food. Okay, and last but not least, zero waste is also important. We have seen that we produce much food waste, so please, from now we contribute to reducing our waste, especially in our household. USDA have been promoting 8 steps for reducing or prevent food waste. Plan ahead, serve smart, portion control is important. Love your leftover, compose, do not trash, understand date labels, and then buy and consume perishable within days. Freeze to save and order out wise. I think that's all from me. And for the last slide, what we eat, how we treat our food, and how that food is produced affect not only our health but also the environment. So keep healthy and eco-friendly. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Wahyu Kurnia, for your very informative presentation with a lot of information in there. And your last slide actually is also my last notes on your presentation, that environmentally friendly diet is not only about the food that we eat, but also how we treat our food, and also how the food is actually produced. And at the beginning, you mentioned what happened to our agricultural food system. Now we are in the fifth stage, where commercial sector is the main driver. So in the food system change, and often it makes us ignore the climate and how the food system is affected by resources and our demand to food, where the food system then produce pollution and also food. The side effect is the pollution, and how our demand is growing in terms of numbers, and also actually the meat, the food that is consuming a lot of resources to produce, such as meat, and how it is being more similar from countries to countries, and that will put a lot of pressure to our environment. And also, very interestingly, you put that our diet is actually in a spectrum from the less eco-friendly to the more eco-friendly one, and how actually our gizi seimbang and our plate, our isi piringku is actually adhering to the Eat Lancet suggestions, and how we need to adapt that to our geography, culinary tradition, and also preferences. Those are all the key taking from your presentation, although there are a lot of other things that is we need to pay attention to. Now let's move on to the question and answer session. I would like to invite okay, we have 5 questions for the first take. We will answer it one by one. The first question from Ida Aulia Rohmah, Universitas Islam Darul Ulum Lamongan. The question is, what are some lesser known sustainable food options or practices that can have a significant positive impact on the environment? Yeah, Pak Wahyu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yesi, and also thank you for Ida Aulia Rohmah. I think, especially for the young people or adolescents, the lesser known sustainable food option or practices is isi piringku. Okay, because yeah,
Exactly.
and consuming local food, because especially in young adults, the trend of food choice, food preference is driven by the international artists, the public, maybe Instagram, and also the other social media. So when we want to practice about the environmentally friendly diet yet healthy, I think just implement our gizi seimbang, especially isi piringku. That will help our earth and that will make us healthy. I think that is from my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very straightforward answer. The thing that we sometimes oftentimes forget is actually the isi piringku, with isi piringku is actually an environmentally friendly take on the diet. And also, as you mentioned in your presentation, you also mentioned about how to make the isi piringku local, that will help to with geography, culinary tradition, and preference locally. And the thing that's very interesting from your presentation too is about how to make local food not old or not not on trend, how to reverse it into on trend food, because it's easy for us to adopt Korean kimchi, for example. But there are a lot of Indonesian food that we can put it into trend too. Thank you, Pak Wahyu, for your straightforward answers. Isi piringku, guys. And also, the second question, please. From Ella Sirvani, Poltekkes Tanjung something, or is it missing, or is it Poltekkes Tanjung? How can we consistently process food in a way that is correct and good for the environment? Okay, this is for Pak for Pak Wahyu. How can we consistently process food in a way that is correct and good for the environment? Maybe related to food waste, yeah? No.
Yeah. Okay. I think especially for student from nutrition study program know how to process our food, the way we cook it, the way we serve it, but the point is how do we reduce the food waste. So please cook it in a portion that we think we can eat the food whole, not make food waste. I think that is the point. And how we save or we simpan sisa dari makanan itu dengan baik gitu ya. So we can reduce our food waste and it will be good for our environment. I think that is also on my presentation. Please practice the 8 step for reducing the food waste, especially in household level. When in the context of students, when we buy food from the warteg or from the restaurant, buy it in a small portion. Don't make a leftover food because it is a great loss. Yeah, a lot of people around us is still facing lack of food. Okay, and also the food waste will also contribute to the production of greenhouse gas emission. I think that is from my.
Okay, thank you, Pak Wahyu. So your key take is the portion, yeah. Try to manage the portion. The portion planning is key, so you don't waste your food. Whether you buy the food or you cook the food, the portion, make it eatable in one go. Or if it has to be stored, you have to know how to store it correctly, so we can reduce the food waste. So that we, Pak Wahyu also mentioned, go back to the 8 step to reduce food waste. So if you practice it in your household, that will help a lot for the environment. Let us move to the third question, because your session is very interesting, Pak Wahyu. So there are a lot of questions because this related to what can we do. Okay, the third question from Amelia Nurdini Rozana, Universitas Brawijaya. How do we as Indonesian educate our society about the importance of consuming meat moderately without ignoring its function as a good source of protein? Okay. This is a very important question because our campaign is actually now is to eat protein from animal source protein, ya Pak Wahyu. How to balance this issue?
Okay, I think I agree with you, Ibu Yesi. This is a interesting question, but I think the first step is to educate our people that the animal source protein not only red meat, and also when we talking about iron deficiency anemia, that need to consume more source of iron. Red meat is not the only option. We can also get the iron from poultry or fish. And as we can see that from my presentation, that poultry and fish produce less CO2 gas emission. That is the first one. How about the people that usually eat or like the red meat consumption? Study showed that uh, the more you consume the red meat, the greater possibility of having many of non-communicable diseases. So I think this is the second topic that we must educate to our people. Because in terms of red meat, I think that is a disparity. They have one eat more or maybe above the suggesting level or suggesting cut off, but the poor or the middle to less economic status maybe only eat red meat once a year, like this one in Idul Adha. So I think uh, that we need to educate that animal source protein, not only red meat. There are options for that from egg, chicken, fish, and also the other option. Maybe liver, the beef liver or chicken liver is also the good source of animal protein. And for the having one, the fifth quintile household, we need to educate that you must consume meat moderately, as the more you eat the meat, the more possible you can get the NCDs, really heart disease or hypertension. Okay, I think that's from me.
Thank you, Pak Wahyu. You already you highlight the importance of no message fit all. So when we talk about when we talk about red meat consumption, maybe that is directed to the fifth quintile of socioeconomic group, where they maybe consume more than the suggestions. So that education should be related to not only the environment, but also you mentioned the risk of development of non-communicable diseases for those who consume red meat in abundance. But that should not contradict the message of consuming animal source protein to improve the community nutrition, because animal source protein not only coming from red meat, Pak Wahyu already mentioned that it can come from poultry and fish, which is produce less CO2 emissions. I think that is the importance of nutritionists and nutrition students to attend this session today to know the difference and create customized message for a certain group, so that that will not contradict each other, and we can have a better nutrition for all. Yeah, because that is the heart of food security, for healthy and adequate nutrition for all. Can we move on to the fourth question now? Okay, this is from Cisania Chohan from UPN Veteran Jakarta. Okay, the question is, there are people who say that eating plant-based food will reduce carbon emission and affect climate change, while there are also people who say that eating animal protein will help prevent stunting. What is your take in this? This is more like an IELTS question, ya, Pak Wahyu. Do you agree or disagree with the statement?
I think I got quite hard question for my session. That's why the EAT Commission in the Lancet said that we can eat more fruit and vegetables or plant-based food, but also we still can eat animal protein in moderate portion. Okay, and there are also some notes that maybe for the less developed country, or maybe for the middle to poor social economic status, need more animal protein source, because we know that in that community or in that situation, the risk of malnutrition, especially deficiency of protein, is higher than the affluent country. So the planetary healthy diet not excluded the red meat, or sorry, the animal source of protein. It uh, it allows that the consumption of animal protein, but in moderate portion, and it can be adjusted for the specific age group, maybe for the under 5, under 2 child, for the pregnant mother, for the lactating mother, the portion of animal protein will be higher, and it's logic, because that age group in uh, growth phase, so they need more protein, and we know that animal source protein is the best protein, because we can get the essential amino acid. So in general, we uh, just practice the or implement the planetary health diet, or in our term is the isi piringku. Nah, just eat in a moderate portion, but it can just eat in a specific age group. I think that's all.
Thank you, Pak Wahyu. Again, it's the same message. Planetary diet, isi piringku, because it can be our reference. Yes, we need to eat more fruit and veggies, but it's okay to eat animal protein in moderation. The key is in moderation, ya, Pak Wahyu Kurnia.
Betul.
So we can have the win-win solution, as Pak Wahyu Kurnia mentioned, in the spectrum of the diet. So there is a win-win solution where we can win nutritionally, but also win environmentally. That's the answer from Pak Wahyu for Sania Chohan. Now let's move on to the last question, the 5th question, before we move on to the next session. Okay, this is from Salfani Hanwanda from Jakarta. Some Indonesian individuals have developed a habit of consuming carbohydrate-rich food along with additional carbohydrates, such as rice with potatoes or rice with noodles. Consequently, this practice results in a substantial sugar content on their plates. In order to address this habit respectfully and ensure that the contents of their plates align with the recommended portion size, what approaches could be considered? Okay, this is eating noodles. Yeah, because I think it's common, yeah, when not only in the city but also in the. I remember once I was in a village in Cianjur. I was like offered lunch, and then the food the and when I asked what is the sayur, ya, the sayur is actually mie rebus. So it's because it has some broth in it, so it's considered as sayur, while it is actually another carbohydrate source. So what's your take in this one, Pak Wahyu?
Okay, I think the key is education, promotion, and I think it will not fit for all. We need to consider the variety of the channel, the variety of how we deliver the message, how we write the message, who is suitable or to deliver the message, because different age group have different preferences in how they will take the message. Maybe for the older community will the message will deliver to them if the communicator is the one that they know, the older artists or artists from the older generation. But for the young people, maybe the influencer from Instagram, from other social media is the most suitable person who to deliver the message. And I think that is one of the competency that the nutrition student have to be competent with it. How we deliver the message. We know the message, but how to deliver it to the common people, to the common, to the other, to the society. It is important because for me myself, when my mother gave me mie goreng for the meal along with rice, I think that is most happy moment, especially when we are after swimming time. So how we deliver the message is the important thing. But also we need to be consistent. We need to be persistent to deliver that message. One shot activity, I think that's not enough. That's have to be done frequently in many ways, in innovative ways. I think that's for me.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak, for your stories. Actually, I do think also a lot of our good memories attached to sugars and carbohydrates and those delicious foods. So the takeout from your answer is actually, as a nutrition student, a student from a nutrition department, you have to also be able or competent in creating or curating message about nutrition education, how to select the message, what channel to choose, and who will deliver the message. I think this message about competency in nutrition education also relate to our previous questions, yeah, question 4 and question 3, when we talk about how to communicate with the community, how to communicate with your surroundings, and how to design message for specific socioeconomic groups, specific age. I think those are the I think a lot of insightful answers from Pak Wahyu from his experience. Now the next session will be an appreciation. We will present a certificate of appreciation for you and your time, Pak Wahyu Kurnia, despite the holiday for attending the session. Here we present a certificate of appreciation from us for you. We would like to hear some closing statement from your side, or 1 or 2 sentences regarding this session for you. Time is yours, Pak.
Okay, first thank you for the certificate of appreciation, and also my appreciation for the committee that bring this event greatly. This is a great event, and I hope that this event will be held not only for these years, but also the futures ahead. And for the closing statement, I think that what we eat, how we treat our food, and how that food is produced affects not only our health, but also the environment. So as the part of nutrition community, we should implement and also educate people how to keep healthy and eco-friendly. That's all from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Wahyu. So there is no dichotomy between healthy and eco-friendly, as Pak Wahyu said. As long as we are mindful and care about what we eat and how we treat our food, and know where it comes from, and willing to educate our surroundings. I think that's all for the session with Pak Wahyu Kurnia. Thank you for your time. And now I will give the time and screen for our MC, Najwa.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wahyu, for the insightful session. And I want to check if Dr. Yasi is still here. Hello.
Hello.
I would like to invite Dr. Yasi to come with me to spotlight here. Operator, can you spotlight Dr. Yasi? So, hello, Dr. Yasi. We haven't spoke. How are you today? Are you feeling well about this today webinar?
I'm sorry, I was lost.
It's all right. Are you feeling well? I hope you are feeling well today. You feel really energized about today's topic.
Yeah. Here it's we have a heavy rain here in Bali, so it's just like the sound is not really clear.
We're actually kind of the opposite. We in Depok is really sunny out here, so yeah, kind of opposite in Bali. Yeah. So actually, as requested from the committee, we would like to Dr. Yasi to choose one of the participants who actively asked the question, and we would like to know what their insight from the two insightful sessions that were given by our speakers. So, would you be willing to choose which participant should share their insight about our topic today?
So I will. Should I choose randomly? I think random is
it's
better.
up to you. It's up to you.
Okay.
I trust your intuition.
Okay, I would like to hear from Ananda Ekatasya.
Ananda Ekatasya, for committee, please help us to spotlight Ananda Ekatasya, ya, Mr. Dr. Yasi. Ananda Ekatasya, hello, can you respond to us? Ananda Ekatasya, hello, is my voice clear?
Oh, if Ananda is not here, I can, maybe we will ask Dwi Cahya Farida.
Dwi Cahya Farida, please, operator, help us to spotlight the participant. Dwi Cahya, please, we would like to invite you to share your insight about our topic today. Are you available? Are you here on Zoom? Hello, Dwi Cahya, is my voice clear? Nanti boleh kita kolaborasi. Dr. Yasi, I think unfortunately, Mrs. Dwi Cahya isn't available for sharing his or her insight. How about choosing another participant, Dr. Yasi?
I think my luck is not that good today. Okay, can we choose Nabila Kansa?
Nabila Kansa. Nabila Kansa, are you here with us? Nabila Kansa?
No. Oh, no.
Oh, Dr. Yasi.
Yes.
Dr. Yasi, I think
help us.
Yeah, I would like to choose. Maybe I think someone got my eye, and I would like to choose Mrs. Sieskia to share her insight about our topic today. To Mrs. Sieskia, could you join us to share your insight? Hello, this is Yaskia Farah. Do you hear my voice? Is my voice clear? Hello, Miss Yaskia. And how about Miss Stephanie Putri? Yeah, the committee invites you to share your insight about our topic today. So, what do you have in mind about our topic, Miss Stephanie Putri? Do you have anything to say? Hello. Hello, Miss Nandia Azahra. Can you hear my voice? Hello. Can you hear my voice, Miss Nandia Azahra? I think our participant is quite shy, Dr. Yesi.
Okay, why don't we ask Ibu Intan?
Yeah, that's a good idea. So to Dr. Nur Intania, would like to invite you for a little discussion panel about our topic today. Are you available to share your insight, Dr. Nur Intania? Dr. Nur Intania, can you hear my voice? Is my voice clear to your device?
It's usually Bu Nur Intania attending more than one Zoom meeting.
Yeah, she's quite known to be rather busy. Actually, we have a participant who raised their hand.
Voluntary
Dwi Cahya.
Okay. Ah.
Hello.
So, hello, Dwi Cahya.
My baby is crying.
I'm sorry, pardon me?
Her baby is crying or something. Busy working mom.
Yes.
It happens.
Full-time mom.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Do you have any other idea? Maybe from the committee side first. I myself really curious why you choose this topic for this particular NUTRISHOW.
Actually, that's a good question. Who should we pick? Who should we pick from the committee? How about Mrs. Desitio, Dr. Yasi?
Yes, that will be great.
Yeah. To Mrs. Desitio, Kak Desitio. Yeah. Hello, Kak Desi. Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Yasi and I are wondering why you as a committee chose this topic to share with other people here in NutriShow 2023. The floor is yours.
Okay, so actually this is for my some research for these days I ever see from social media that environment and the problem about environment and stress and food waste is actually really is actually really higher these days gitu. So actually makes my curiosity. What if like the environment, we did the environment have an have a relation with nutrition? So I'm curious about that. Yeah.
Yes, so you are
Actually,
curious
that's a good point because you were saying, Dr. Yesi?
Yeah, I think that's interesting the way that you observe that the problems is rising, not only in globally but also in Indonesia, and how you want to link that to your specialty, which is food and nutrition, because climate change relate to a lot of things, and it's also, of course, relate to food and nutrition. That's very interesting that you already have that vision, because as Pak Wahyu Kurnia mentioned, we are in the 5th stage of agricultural and food system, where the main driver is commercial sectors, and we don't really care about the climate change. And having this awareness among the educated few will help to scale up the effort to pay more attention to the environment. Or maybe from other committee members.
From other committee member, who should we choose?
Oh, somebody
actually,
is
there's a volunteer
raising
participant.
hand. Very happy.
It's Ichda Alia. So, operator, can you spotlight our participant? And hello, Ichda Alia. Would you mind sharing your insight to us?
Yes, hello. Did my voice, it's clear? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's clear.
It's very clear. It's very clear.
Very clear.
I don't know. I'm sorry, but first of all, I just come back from my bedroom and the host inviting me to unmute my 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 voice or my mic, and I don't I don't understand what should I do. Maybe give my impression or something like that, right?
Yeah. Your impression about the webinar today, and what is your take about today's session?
Oh yeah, I see. But first of all, I'm sorry for my English because I just learned about it. So about the NUTRISHOW 2023, I think NUTRISHOW aims to address the pressing issue of nutrition, health, and environment by promoting a sustainable diet that contributes to preservation of nature. And I think the core principle behind this NUTRISHOW is to encourage individuals to adopt a diet that is not only nutritionally balanced, but also environmentally sustainable. And overall, NUTRISHOW is a holistic approach to nutrition that emphasizes the health and environment. It encourages individuals to embrace sustainable dietary practices that prioritize health, well-being, and the preservation of nature and the environment. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. We are very glad that you think or you perceive that this will help you to better for improving our diet, not only healthy, but also balanced and healthy, but also environmentally friendly. That's basically one of the aim of the NUTRISHOW, I think. Is that so, Najwa? You think so?
Yeah, I think so too. As a nutrition student myself, I agree.
So lucky I am. So glad.
Thank you, Ichda,
Okay,
Thank you.
Aulia, for
Thank you.
your
Thank
take.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow, that's actually really, what to say, motivating.
Yes.
Aren't you agree, Dr. Yasi? Yeah. Especially we are in nutrition department, you as a lecturer and I as a student, it's actually what we have to seek for. So, is there anyone who wants to voluntarily, or you still want to take the question from other committee, Dr. Yasi? Since you asked earlier, how about we ask another committee
Yes,
about
another
today's
committee
session?
member. Yeah, another committee member. What do you think? What is your take about the topic, and also why the lineup of the speakers, and why are the topic for the speakers, for example? What do you take for that? So we can convey the message to the participants too.
Yeah, maybe I would like to invite the organizing committee president, Mrs. Saskina. Hello, Mrs. Saskina. Would you mind sharing your insight to me, to Dr. Yasi, and student of NutriShow 2023? The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for giving me time in this event. For me, I guess the NutriShow, when we are looking around us, like there are a lot of people who is in a diet now, and then there's a lot of types or kinds of food, and then especially in Indonesia, and there will be a lot of food waste, and then it is actually will give a big impact on the gas emission to atmosphere. So, and then in by this event, I hope that the society and a lot of people will be more aware of the food waste, and then will change their food choices, like a food that may need gas emission for the atmosphere. So yeah, I hope that this webinar will help the environment give
All right, that's actually very good, Miss Saskina. Thank you so much for your insight. And unfortunately, I have to end our discussion panel, Dr. Yasi, because it is time for a brief break. Thank you so much, Dr. Yasi, to spend some time with us to discuss about today's topic. So we would like to remind you to take a screenshot of this webinar as a proof of attendance. Please return to the Zoom meeting or YouTube Live at 12:30, and please stay tuned for the next webinar session. See ya. Thank you so much.
step 1 udah keluar ya lantai 2, 3, DL, GP, 4. Banyak nih payungnya.
Di situ momennya break.
Tolong. Hai Minci. Report Minci. Cocok Minci. Mau kenapa berbicara kok Minci? Iya.
The webinar is about to start. I would like to ask the participants to join in the Zoom meeting to turn on your camera and turn off your microphone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to are ready to continue by giving us a thumbs up in the comment section or show it to us via Zoom meeting. All right, I feel like everybody is excited about our next session. So I would like to check if our moderator, Dr. Yesi, has already joined us. Dr. Yesi, are you ready? Are you already in the room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, shall we begin the next session right now, Dr. Yesi?
Yes.
Okay, then without any further ado, let's continue today's webinar to Dr. Yesi. The room is yours.
Okay. Thank you all for coming back to this session, to the Zoom room. And again, warm welcome for all of you who are still excited to listen to our last speaker. Our last speaker is Miss Pritikana, PhD. She is a faculty member, also a researcher and nutrition consultant. She has been working as a consultant in various national and international projects. The latest is as a nutrition consultant for social protection for nutrition for UNICEF since last year. She earned her Doctor of Philosophy degree from Institute of Home Economics, University of Delhi in 2021, where she specialized in food science and processing. She will talk about implementing a sustainable, healthy diet in our lifestyle. Basically, after listening to our first and second speaker, talk about food and climate change, and then environmentally friendly diet. Now we will listen from Ms. Kana and on how to implement or integrate those concepts in our everyday life. For Ms. Kana, the time and screen is yours.
Can I please request the moderator and the coordinators for please presenting my slides, because I'm traveling, so I won't be able to present my slides. So can I please request the moderators to please help me with presenting my slides?
Okay, I think the committee can help Ms. Kana to present her slide, to help her with the slide transitions and everything. Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here for this very interesting and very important topic of understanding that how we can implement a sustainable, healthy diet in our lifestyle. So
we have listened to our respected speakers during our first and second sessions, and with our understanding, we are now, able to understand and comprehend and able to, recognize that what a sustainable diet means. So, can we move to the next slide, please? So, as per the East Lancet Planetary report, which was released in 2018, this report is one of the most magnificent, documents that has been presented to the nations in the UN countries. And this report was further formed by 37 experts from 16 countries, and 6 environmental systems were taken into consideration when this report was formulated. And it was further, concluded that optimum dietary habits that would meet essential macro and micronutrient needs, bring energy intakes in line with the requirements, and they also reduce premature death. But it was also investigated that the impact of these diets on the planet is something that needs to be considered. And a range of daily intakes of specific food groups was further optimized, and there was a target set by the East Lancet Committee for 2050 to adequately meet the needs of the global population of 10 billion people. Now, each country is trying to align with the recommendations to meet their cultural and national needs and preferences as per their traditional dietary patterns. And this document is one of the most important documents, as a guiding and tool for letting us know that what a sustainable diet, what a plant-friendly diet means, a diet for the planet. Can we move to the next slide, please? There were certain studies which were done, and these were again based on, conducting meta-analysis and conducting cohorts and linear modeling methods. And it was further, reported and concluded that these diets, which are, vegan, vegetarian, and omnivorous in nature, they definitely, tend to reduce the health impact on individuals. But many of these diets also help in, reducing the greenhouse gases, which is further, an indicator for assessing the impact of sustainable diets on our planet. And the latest of them is this Murakami study done in 2018, which is again a modeling method study, and they have conducted their study on DASH diet. So the DASH diet is again a diet which is appropriately designed for people suffering from hypertension. And it was further reported that taking dietary related greenhouse gases are inversely associated with these kinds of dietary scenarios. So again, we need to be very careful when we are actually, prescribing diets, or when we are actually studying about diet or exploring diets, when it comes to, yes, this slide, the last slide, yeah, the next slide. Yes. So it becomes very important for all of us, to come together and form a collective as a, world, because we are one community, one world, and it becomes very important to realize our, impact that we all are making, specifically the South Asian countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, India. Again, having the similar kinds of traditional diet patterns. It has been said that 0.5% of the deaths worldwide are currently attributed to poor dietary habits today. And by 2050, there needs to be a change in the global temperatures, and further this requires reduction in the current greenhouse gases, which are being emitted by the kind of food practices we have, the kind of agricultural practices we have, by the kind of, the food methods that we are using to cook, and also, the cultivation processes that we are adopting. So one of the most important approaches towards these and to going for a diet which is sustainable as well as healthy, not just for individuals but also for our planet, is that we opt for better alternatives. We design better alternative diets. We tell people that what are the healthy alternatives to already existing food groups which demand a lot of inputs from the planet. Next slide, please. So if we, understand and try to evaluate our food system, so again, it is, going back to the concept that our food system itself is currently damaging the planet. A lot of water is getting wasted, a lot of air pollution is getting generated, a lot of greenhouse gases are getting emitted, uh, and due to inappropriate storage facilities, a lot of food grains are getting damaged through floods, through droughts, through cyclones, and our practices of performing the agricultural activities like this food preparation, fishing, etc. Again, are demanding a lot of a lot from the planet, and ultimately it is leading to loss of biodiversity. It is leading to soil degradation, depleted stocks of fish and the marine animals and birds. Am I audible to everyone? Is my voice clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just received a message in the chat box that my voice was not clear. Please let me know in case I'm not audible. Thank you. So again, what has happened is that by taking the activities of harvesting and growing where a lot of water is required, what are we actually doing? We are actually reducing the ground level of the water table, and the water reserves are getting diminished. And based on that, when we are actually growing fishery stocks, again, what is happening is that due to inappropriate fishing practices, we are again, depleting the fishery stores. We are again depleting our water reserves. And further, when these stocks of fisheries are going for processing and packaging, they are further emitting a lot of greenhouse gases through which the environmental temperatures are getting raised. And when the environmental temperature gets raised, it further becomes a cause of concern. Why? Because that further leads to global warming. So ultimately, it comes back to the food cycle, it comes back to the production methods, it comes back to what kind of food actually we are eating. And what has happened is that, as we have urbanized with the impact of industrialization, with the impact of, a lot of urbanization happening in the South Asian countries, and with a lot of introduction of, foreign food items being available at a click of the button, there has been a transition from our traditional diet. So basically, our traditional dietary patterns for specifically South Asians were more brown in nature. For example, there was a lot of brown rice which was being consumed. There were grains which were being consumed, and those grains were generally whole grains and multi-grains and a lot of millets which were being consumed. So now what has happened is that due to more of industrialization, due to more of urbanization, the brown food items have shifted to the white food items where we are consuming a lot of refined sugar, we are consuming a lot of refined flour, and again a lot of refined grains and rice, which is again everything is white in color, and all these processing parameters have taken a toll not only on the health of the individuals but also on the health of the planet, because ultimately what is happening is that a lot of resources from the planet like water and other micronutrients are being invested in the agricultural practices for these crops to grow and these crops to develop. But ultimately what happens is that we are actually depleting our natural resources and leading to a future where we might not even have enough food to feed our entire population. So we really need to give it a thought that what we as individuals are actually doing to our planet. Next slide, please. to the question of what is meant by a sustainable diet. So, and what is, a sustainable diet that is healthy. So something which is, nutritious, which is ethically produced, which is affordable by the population group, which is environmental friendly, which is people friendly, and which is biodiverse in the terms of the food that we all are, including in our diet, is considered as healthy, sustainable diet. So ideally, a healthy, sustainable diet should be safe for the consumers and the producers, and it also should be, it should lead to preservation of the nature for future generations. It should protect and encourage biodiversity. It should include introductions of novel foods and alternative healthy ingredients. It should promote good health. It should provide necessary nutrients to the target population. It should be profitable for the farmers who are producing it. It should avoid food wastage and surplus. And it should be economically fair for both the consumers and the producers. So ultimately, it should benefit each and every person involved in the food chain rather than just one person, the producer, getting benefited and the environment getting depleted, leaving the farmers with nothing in their hands. So ultimately, we should all focus on something which is more sustainable, which is more, healthy when it comes to developing a sustainable, healthy diet. Next slide, please. As we move on to, understanding sustainable diet, there are various components of sustainable diet that we all need to, understand so that we can adopt these practices in our lifestyle. So the number one aspect of, a sustainable diet is well-being and health. Our diet should cater to the needs of the population group. It should ultimately reduce the disease burden. It should, cater to all the age groups, whether, we have children, whether we have elderly people, whether we have, adults, whether we have adolescents or college-going students. We should be able to provide the right kind of food for that particular target group to reduce the disease burden that currently our South Asian countries are facing. Moving forward, when we are talking about sustainable diet, our sustainable diet should also cater to our environment, and they should take care of the biodiversity and the environment climate. Ultimately, they should reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. They should preserve the natural ecosystems, and they should reduce the use of fossil fuels and reduce the levels of air pollution, water pollution, land pollution that are currently there in our, homelands. And they should also reduce the divide between urban and rural livelihoods and population. Food must be food must be available to urban and rural population groups. The same kind of food, the same quality of food, the same quantity of food should be available to each and every individual that caters to the biodiversity and the ecosystem. And there should be fair trade and equity should be maintained among the farmers who are the producers and the target population who are the consumers. So fair, subsidies need to be given, and food should be affordable in the sense that, it should fit to all the pockets, all the strata of the society. It should be eco-friendly. It should be easily available. It should, use less water for irrigation purposes, and also it should be able to, increase the crop diversity. And also, when we are talking about, our household, food availability, food security at the household level, at the country level becomes very important. So again, a sustainable diet, when it comes to, getting equipped with it, our houses should have the right kind of resources to preserve such kind of diets, to produce such kind of diets, and also to maintain the right kind of macro and micronutrients for the target group. And also, when we are talking about sustainable diets, our diet should again go back to our original tradition and cultural practices, where our traditional adopting them in our current lifestyle. Next slide, please. Okay, as we move forward, uh, Food and Agricultural Organization has, defined what are environmental friendly sustainable diets. And they quote, sustainable diets are those with low environmental impact, which contribute to food and nutrition security and to healthy lives for present and the future generations. Sustainable diets are protective and respectful of biodiversity and ecosystems, culturally acceptable, accessible, economically fair and affordable, nutritionally adequate, safe, and healthy while we are optimizing natural and human resources. So again, from the definition, there are a lot of key takeaways for all of us, that what kind of practices should we adopt when we are actually talking about improving our lifestyle to adopt a sustainable diet. So the number one practice that we all can adopt is that we should be very respectful of our culture and traditional practices. Second thing, we need to go back to our traditional dietary patterns where which are more environmental friendly, and they are more respectful towards the biodiversity. And also going back to our local homegrown foods, because local homegrown foods are again something which are rich in micronutrients. They add to crop diversity and biodiversity, and also they are economical, they are affordable, they are protective of the environment, and they do not end up disrupting the reserves of the forest, reserves of the water, and they have very less impact on our environment. That is why these are sustainable diets. And again, sustainable diet is something that today we are consuming, and after 20 years, 30 years, the future generations are consuming. And these kind of diets can only come from our traditional and cultural practices. Okay, next slide, please. So the current slide, if we all just give it a look, will help us in understanding that what kind of stress, the normal food products that we generally consume in our day-to-day life have on our planet. And the average quantities of the greenhouse gases that are emitted, and the land and water used to produce 100 grams of protein from animal and plant foods is described in this table. And these are the average values based on a combination of the data sets from around the world. Therefore, there will be significant variability depending on the country of origin and production. So if look at this thing, if we just look at nuts, for example, you can see that the dot in the column of GHG, which is your greenhouse gases, is very small. But if we look at the green dot for nuts in the land use, again that dot is a little bigger, which further emphasizes that the impact on the land usage and the resources is very much higher when it comes to production of nuts. And a lot of water is being invested, and water resources are depleted when nut production happens. If you see the sign of the water is this table again is a snapshot of how we can improve our dietary practices. And if we just see the plant products like tofu, again has very little impact on the environment when it comes to land, water, and your GHG gas emission. And similarly, like peas, which is again a plant product. But if we look at our animal products, again a lot of land resources, water resources, and a lot of greenhouse gases emissions are being caused when animal products are being used. So ultimately, a dietary shift is required when it comes to opting for a sustainable, planet-friendly diet. And the number one change that is required is opting for plant-based products that are easily available and affordable when it comes to our homelands, and which are easily being grown grown in our homeland. They add to biodiversity, they add to crop diversity, they are rich in micronutrients, and they also are very cheap and affordable, and they do not end up causing a lot of stress on the planet that we are currently concerned about. Next slide, please. Now the question comes that, okay, definitely, yes, we are talking a lot about a sustainable diet, something that is, also there for the future generation. But can a sustainable diet be healthy? Because ultimately, we will be excluding the animal proteins, we will excluding micronutrients coming from the animal food. And what are the other alternatives for the milk products that are currently there? Because milk again comes from a lot of animal sources. So what does the research, suggest? So the research suggests that yes, definitely, our sustainable diets can also be healthy diets, and these diets again help in 31% reduction of greenhouse gases emissions, 34% reduction in the land use, 17% reduction in the water use, and they further increase the life expectancy of 17.9 million people. And why? Because healthy fats are introduced in the diet by using plant sources, plant-based oils, and a lot of red meats and processed meats will be reduced. A lot of dairy alternatives in the form of nut milk will be there, which again are healthy alternatives, and a lot of this thing, inclusion of whole grains, which again includes carbs and grains with fiber, like your wheat bran, oat bran, like your multigrains and your millets. So that becomes quite essential. And since they are locally grown in our South Asian countries, and our South Asian countries are, also traditionally used to having such kind of multigrains in the diet, it is again going back a step and taking that, from our previous generations and currently putting it on our tables. And again, coming back to the fruits and vegetable consumption, which again gets increased because again, plant-based diets are healthy, are sustainable, and fruits and vegetables which are locally grown in our homeland, which are easily available, as they contribute to a lot of fiber, as they contribute to a lot of micronutrients, and also increase our dietary diversity, help in reducing the CVD risks of poor mental well-being. They reduce levels of diabetes, levels of hypertension, depression, and anxiety among adolescents and college-going students as well. So, again, coming back to the concept that our traditional dietary patterns are something that we want to take it forward to the future generation is the number 2 learning from our today's session. Next slide, please. So as per the East Lancet report also, when we are talking about a diet which is healthy, which is sustainable, which is plant-friendly, which is planet-friendly, what are the recommendations and how are we supposed to go about it? And we being nutrition students, we being nutritionists, how are we able to, bring this into our lifestyle? So as per them, the recommendation is that, again, if we just look at our food plate, so half of our food plate should be covered with colorful fruits and vegetables which are locally grown, which are homegrown, which again with the peels and the seeds, because that again adds to the fiber portion of the diet and increases the micronutrient availability as well. And further, the quarter of the plate should include whole grains. Again, these whole grains should include our multigrains, our grains like oats, barley, coming with a lot of soluble fiber, which again helps in reducing CVD risk, diabetes risk, and hypertension, and forming a part of our daily diets and daily meals like breakfast can be a very healthy and innovative option. Further, potatoes and starches, the cassavas, can also substitute the energy deficit in this food group. And further, it is important to have dairy food. Yes, definitely, because we rely a lot on dairy food for our protein needs, calcium needs, and also, specifically young children rely a lot on animal foods and dairy foods for their needs for protein and calcium, because they are growing children and they need it for their bone development, teeth development, brain development. So what are we supposed to do? We definitely can take 250 grams of dairy products in our diet, but again, we should search for healthy alternatives like almond milk, oats milk, other plant-based milk, nut-based milk, which can contribute to our other needs of proteins and calcium. Again, our protein sources, should include a lot more plant-based proteins like our pulses, legumes, nuts, but intake of fish and eggs and chicken and poultry should be there, but we need to limit, the intake of our red meat, because as we all know, red meat have a lot of saturated fat as well, and they contribute to higher risks of CVDs and higher risks of diabetes and depression in our population. So, again, the guidelines go back to the understanding that having a diet which is more plant-based when it comes to, again, for the protein needs, also helps in, managing the disease burden of the population group as well. Moving on to, the fats and oils group. Again, having a lot of unsaturated fatty acids has a lot of benefits, but, in South Asian countries, palm oil, which is one of the most common sources of saturated fatty acids, is further a cause of concern. And palm oil, again, is one of the sources of oil which actually produces a lot of stress on the planet, as it results in higher emissions of greenhouse gases. It results in higher emission of methane, to be very specific, which further raises the temperature of the earth. It further leads to depletion of the water resources through its irrigation and production methods, and also a lot of land is utilized when the production is happening in facilities of the industry. So, growing natural oil seeds like sunflower oil, your flaxseed oil, and other traditional oil, like in India we have mustard oil, which is one of the most traditional oils. I don't know that how well mustard oil is perceived in Indonesia, but all these oils are again rich in mucus and pufas, and the mucus and pufas again have a lot of benefits for heart health, for CGP risk reduction, also for reduction for mental health, and plus they are environmental friendly also. So, our dietary guidelines again should align with the planet friendly guidelines as well. And again, coming back to the sugar intake needs to be limited, and wherever possible, natural sugars coming from the fruits should be utilized rather than using sugars from the refined sources, because again, the traditional dietary patterns that we all have for all the South Asian countries specifically has always been more of brown food, brown rice, whole grain, brown sugar rather than white rice, white sugar, and refined cereals like your refined wheat flour, which is again white in color. So what has happened is that our households have started using more of these white products than the brown products that we were traditionally using. And again, the recommendation is to go back to our traditional dietary patterns and use the brown products which have the fiber in them, so that we are able to help our planet as well as promote our own well-being is very important. Next slide, please. So again, like we were discussing, these are the sustainable diet, recommendations that we all can adopt in our daily life and reduce, avoid, and increase the production of some of the products in our diet and lifestyle, so that we are actually helping the planet to revive. We are actually helping the planet to breathe and also maintaining the well-being of our population. And these recommendations are to reduce the intake of red meat and to avoid the processed meat intake, to prioritize higher consumption of plant-based proteins like your beans and lentils, your soya beans, micronutrients, nuts, and seeds. To consume fish from sustainable sources and also consume a lot of oily fish, because oily fishes are again planet friendly. To use moderate amounts of dairy consumption, and to use calcium and protein fortified plant-based alternatives such as nut milk, like almond milk or cashew milk, which is again fortified with calcium to balance out our needs, and to use whole grains, like I have been saying, with a lot of fiber, with a lot of micronutrients, with a lot of oat bran, wheat bran, oats, barley, and to also supplement this with your roots and tubers like the potatoes, to increase the consumption of our seasonal, local, homegrown fruits and vegetables, and to limit the intake of your this processed vegetables, which are again salted, or which are again pre-packed, or which are again pickled, and they are available in cans in our supermarkets. So, and then the next recommendation is to control our portion. So if we are, consuming larger portions of animal proteins and dairy, we need to reduce the portion sizes in our daily diet. We need to reduce the intake of high fat, sugar, salt foods, which are HFSS products, generally classified as junk food, more especially catering to school children, college-going adolescents, and also increasing the hydration levels by using tap water naturally, which is coming, and using the unsweetened tea or coffee over your soft drinks and carbonated beverages and your energy drinks, because they are again loaded with sugar, and they are again having a lot of carbon dioxide, which further increases the emissions of the greenhouse gases, and also reducing the food waste, especially the fruits and vegetables, by storing them at the right temperature, in the right place in the refrigerator, and avoiding the food waste. And we can also use the peels and the seeds of the fruits and vegetables for setting up our own kitchen gardens at homes, and we can have beautiful curry leaves, mint leaves, thyme in our beautiful kitchen garden, and especially and even sprouts like green gram sprouts. So the recommendation also is to have a lot of foods which are live. So sprouts are the only foods that are live when you are eating them, because they are still germinating. So having a home kitchen garden, nutri gardens, helps in improving a lot of lifestyle practices when it comes to adopting a sustainable diet. So care and concern should be taken that all the peels of the fruits and vegetables can be used as manure for planting in households as nutri gardens, and also the seeds can be used to further grow small fruits and vegetables at the household level, so that individually our houses are always food secure, nutrition secure, and we are not relying too much on the imports which are coming from different countries that are not a part of our traditional dietary patterns, and again avoiding a lot of canned processed food that is very easily available in our supermarket. Next slide, please. And Spanish countries have gone a step ahead, and they have actually developed a food pyramid that is also healthy, plus it is also environmentally sustainable. So starting from the bottom of the food pyramid, if you just see, the food pyramid says that daily physical activity of 60 minutes is required, emotional balance and well-being is important, energetic balance, healthy culinary techniques, and water intake of 4 to 6 glasses is recommended. So this is a healthy lifestyle. And as we move up, the portions of whole grains, vegetables, dairy are defined, and on the top we have the portions that we are supposed to eliminate from our diets, and these include the red meat, processed food intake, cookies, candies, butter, salty snacks. Why? Because they again contain a lot of ingredients, more specifically like your palm oil, refined sugars, liquid glucose, and all these products, and also preservative salts like sodium benzoate, which is used as a preservative very commonly in your jam, jelly, marmalade. Again, becomes very important from a health standpoint of view. Why? Because these ingredients can contribute to a lot of this lifestyle related disorders and contribute to obesity risk, contribute to cancer risk, CBD, depression, anxiety, and whatnot. And also, if we look at the extreme right hand side, we can see the sustainability graph. And as we move up towards these two, components of candies, cookies, and bread meats and processed meats, we see that the bar turning to be red, green to red. Why? Because they are not sustainable even for our planet. So, the local, traditional, culturally acceptable food patterns that our generations have continued to eat are something that we need to inculcate in our daily habits and also forward it to the next generation. Next slide, please. So, coming back to the composition of our diets and the food plate that we generally consume on a daily basis, two important components are very much concerned. More specifically in Western countries, because their dietary patterns are just composed of them, like meat and dairy. And specifically in UK, what has happened is that this is a major burden when it comes to adopting sustainability diets. Why? Because their diets generally consist of red meat, fish, eggs, and they have lower amounts of your plant-based products like your nuts and your pulses and beans, and higher intake of dairy, which are sold in the form of milk-based products, cheese, and also butter, and coffee intake is high when it comes to a lot of them consuming coffee with milk. So again, the carbon footprint reduces on the planet if we actually reduce our meat intake more specifically. So again, reducing the intake of red meat consumption in our daily habits is very important to reduce the greenhouse gases emissions and the carbon footprint on the planet Earth to make it more sustainable and empowered. Next slide, please. Okay, coming back to more plant. So, plant proteins, like we have just discussed, they they actually contain a lot of micronutrients along with them. And the current diets, dietary patterns are shifting towards, to being more vegan, not even vegetarian, to being more vegan. There has been a, trend that I want to adopt a vegan diet. But we need to understand the concept, and then we need to take the components which well suit our traditional and cultural dietary patterns, and then we should go about adopting them. So, including a lot of plant-based pulses, nuts, legumes, beans is highly recommended. Why? Because they add a lot of essential amino acids in the diet. Plus, a lot of fiber is added to the outer covering of the pulses and the grains, and also the protein needs are met when we are actually supplementing a lot of plant-based proteins in the diet, because different sources contribute to different kinds of amino acids. So, we don't have to just rely on eggs or just rely on fishes or just rely on meat for our protein needs. We need to search for healthier alternatives, and pulses and millets as well are, the international best sources for your protein. And that, well accepted in the South Asian countries, and we people have been using pulses since a long time as flour, as gravy items. So, including a lot of pulses helps in, and also many of the nutrition students might understand that when we supplement our pulses with our cereals, we are actually mutually supplementing the micro amino acids that are lacking in cereals and pulses like methionine and lysine, and ultimately we are improving the protein quality of our diet. more amounts of carbs is very important when it comes to adopting these kinds of diets. Next slide, please. So also moving forward, like we were discussing about, the food waste. Food waste is one of the most common reasons which is creating a lot of stress on the planet by increasing the levels of pollution on the planet. And these kinds of pollutions again result, when we discard the peels of the fruits and vegetables, and we do not, adopt the practices of nutri gardens in our homes. So again, we need to understand that we need to take care of the fruits and vegetables when it comes to household wastage. So we need to reduce the quantum of the household wastage that we are actually sending it into the dustbin, and not adopting a more sustainable practice of growing green food at home by opening nutri gardens or terrace gardens or kitchen gardens where we can have fresh curry leaves, thyme leaves, and also sprouts from the pulses and the beans, which are very healthy, which are very sustainable, require less amount of resources, and it actually can be one of the nutrition education programs that all our South Asian countries can adopt as a policy measure, even at the rural household level, so that food availability and nutrition security of the population groups is maintained. Next slide, please. And also, when we are comparing vegan diets to vegetarian diets. So what is a vegan diet? That, vegan diet is something that will not even include honey in it, because again, honey is a animal source. But vegetarian population, consumes honey, consumes milk, considering that, these are animal products, but since they are animal byproducts, they can be consumed. But again, going moving from vegetarian to vegan diet has a lot of impact on the planet, and there is a reduction, of carbon footprint from 39% to 22% when it comes to, adopting a vegan diet in comparison to a vegetarian dietary pattern. Next slide, please. Again, proteins, we should encourage taking a lot of non-animal source protein daily in our diet. We should try to adopt, meat-free diets on several days. And again, starchy foods and whole grains and cereals can be adopted, and this will help in maintaining the overall balance in our diet, because we will be using different sources of proteins, which can be nuts, which can be tofu, which can be mycoproteins, which comes from the fungi, and again, chickpeas. So, instead of opting for canned products, the idea should be, for example, this slide, gives you an example that if you are going to the supermarket and getting the canned chickpeas, which are again, dipped in salt solutions or sugar syrup, the ideology is that, we should go for more of fresh produce. And if we actually compare this with other pulses like lentils, the amount of protein is higher in them, and they are more sustainable in comparison to your canned canned chickpeas. And also tofu, which is soya bean protein, again looks like cottage cheese, so again has a lot of protein into it in comparison to your canned chickpeas. So opting for healthy alternatives is the key when adopting a more sustainable and a plant-friendly diet, which is equally healthy and maintains a healthy lifestyle. Next slide, please. Coming back to the micronutrients and iron supplementation, because most of the population groups generally rely on animal proteins, animal food for a lot of iron content, because plant-based iron again has less bioavailability. So what we can do is we can adopt healthy practices, like we can sow the pulses and the beans before cooking them, so that the tannins and the phytates are released in the water and they do not inhibit the absorption of the iron in the body. And we should opt for rather than going for red meats and smoked chicken and processed meat, because again they are more healthy, and being a heme iron sources, they help in increasing the iron levels of the individual and the population group. Next slide, please. Calcium again, becomes one of the most important considerations, because pregnant lactating women, children, adolescents, elderly people rely a lot on milk products for their calcium needs. So opting for plant-based calcium sources like your nut milk, like almond milk, or plant-based milk like your oat milk, again helps in maintaining your calcium needs, because these can be fortified with calcium salts, and they are more healthy to intake. And also consuming egg whites in comparison to a whole egg are more sustainable dietary patterns, and definitely add to the calcium and protein needs of the body. So and also opting for vegetables like broccoli, they help in increasing the calcium levels of the body. So again, adopting that kind of habit is something that we all need to do when we are talking about moving towards more healthy and sustainable diets in the future. Next slide, please. Coming to micronutrients like zinc, again, we need to go for whole grains. Why? Because the outer layer of the grain, which is the bran, for example, wheat bran and oat bran, contains a lot of micronutrients like your zinc, selenium, magnesium, and vitamin B complexes, and that's how your daily requirements for zinc and other micronutrients can be met by including a lot of whole grains and brans in the diet. Next slide, please. B12 again, comes majorly from animal sources, but we can definitely opt for sources which are fortified with vitamin B12. For example, many of the breakfast cereals and whole grains are fortified with vitamin B12, and also your plant-based milk are fortified with vitamin B12 that can help in maintaining a healthy, sustainable diet. Because ultimately, when we're talking about sustainable diets, we need to exclude red meats from our diets, which also contribute to vitamin B12. But we can definitely make up for vitamin B12 by including fortified sources or the sources which are naturally available in the environment rather than from meat. Next slide, please. So, as dietitians, what should we do? Or as nutritionists, what is our job? So, we all have to be the advocates for the planet. We all have to be, pro planet approach. We all have to adopt a pro planet approach, where we are actually, advocating for adopting healthy, sustainable diets, which are not just healthy for our own well-being, but also for the well-being of the planet and for the future generations. So a lot of reading material is available on how we can upgrade our skills when it comes to, making food and our menus more planet friendly and pro planet. So that is one thing that we need to, deal with, and we need to upgrade our skills, our knowledge. And one Blue Dot toolkit is available. It's a UK-based toolkit developed by British Dietetics Academy. And they have actually gone a step ahead and designed dietary patterns and kind of dietary plans that we can try to adopt in our daily diet, and also help in maintaining the pro planet approach. Next slide, please. So the 9 practical ways to actually adopt a healthy and a sustainable diet in simple terms, or for advocacy, tip is eating more fruits and vegetables, eating locally grown fruits and vegetables and what is available in the current season, avoiding eating more than needed, and especially processed foods, which are again high in fats and sugars and classified as HFSS or junk food. Swapping the animal proteins with plant-based proteins, choosing whole grains and multigrains, choosing sustainably sourced and reusing the water bottle again and again to avoid plastic waste, to avoid packaging waste. Next slide, please. These are some of the resources that I feel that our nutrition community and students should look up to on how well we all can become pro planet dietitians and take the mission of making our planet healthy when it comes to the sustainable diet approach. So you all can go onto the websites and read the material. There are some of the links for the webinars as well. You can all go and see those webinars, and I would be happy to help you deal with any kinds of problems you have in the future. Next slide, please. So thank you each one of you for listening very patiently to the long talk we had on a very important topic. And as we move towards the SDG 2030, our approach in our daily diet should be being a pro-planet advocate, being a nutritionist who is wholeheartedly supporting the sustainability of the diet and promoting the locally available homegrown foods and following the traditional dietary patterns that our generations have followed, so that the food is available for the future generations to come. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kana, for your very insightful presentation. There are some key takeaways. I love all the illustration and the diagram and the table that will help us guide our decision in making our diet become more environmentally friendly and sustainable. And also you go back to the basic on what is considered as sustainable diet. There are some criteria. You say that it has to be people and environmentally friendly. It has to be nutritious, ethical, affordable, and at the same time also biodiverse. Some highlights are regarding how to move forward to that type of sustainable food or sustainable diet. Maybe the most simple suggestions that you made is to cut meat and dairy, and also increase the plant-based food, with some highlight to some macronutrient and micronutrient that always come into the debate between plant source or animal source food, like protein, iron, calcium, zinc, and also some vitamins like B12. And actually it relates to our previous speakers talking about that mostly our food system now is driven by the commercial sectors, but by what you say, through fortification and other stuff that can optimize our intake in this nutrient, we can involve not only the lay people, the common people, but also the industry to move forward into a greener planet. And then very interesting link that you provide for us is the One Blue Dot toolkit that Ms. Kana already present in the last slide. It is actually a very interesting toolkit to help us dietitian to adhere to more sustainable and environmentally friendly diet. I think we can move on to our question and answer session. We only allow 2 questions, and let's open the first one. Okay, the first question is from Septianing Tia Sapsari from Panti Rahayu Yakum Purwodadi Hospital. If we want to reduce greenhouse gas emission, what should we eat to substitute red meat with another protein source? Thank you. I think Ms. Kana touched these issues in her presentation. Please, Ms. Kana, it's your time.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And like I already, highlighted in my presentation, To be very specific, again, red meats come out to be one of the sources. But as per the current recommendations, we need to avoid red meats, and we need to focus more on, the white meats which are there, like your chicken and fish. That can be taken definitely. Yes, egg whites can be taken, and apart from that, including the natural plant-based proteins which the nature has given us in the forms of pulses and beans and germinated sprouts is something that needs to go a long way in maintaining our diets and making it most healthy and sustainable.
Okay. Thank you for the answers. I think if there are some actually some substitute that we can substitute red meat with, and there are some suggestions from Ms. Kana in her presentation. It's very detailed, I think, and now we can move on to the second question. Okay, from Alexi Violeta Sidomi from Universitas Kristen Immanuel. What are the biggest challenge and solution for sustainable diet to be implemented in developing countries? Example, Indonesia. Because I think many people these days are still living below the poverty line. They don't care whether what they eat is nutritionally balanced, whether it is safe to eat for them. The most important thing is that they can eat, so they won't think further. Yeah, even a balanced, nutritious food that is already categorized as cheap will be lost in competition with a pack of Indomie. It's instant noodles, which cost only 3,000 rupiah in Indonesia. Please, Ms. Kana, some insight on how to tackle this seemingly very sophisticated issue in the context of developing countries like Indonesia.
That is what we as South Asian countries need to, understand. That even if, we are not, that why are we not able to afford the food? First of all, we need to understand that. So, the food that is not as already a part of our traditional dietary pattern and is exported from other countries. The current recommendation is going back to our traditional dietary pattern and starting with the practice of, nutri gardens and nutri kitchens in our home, and also, growing small quantities of pulses or, your green gram sprouts, and also, to cater to questions, India has, started adopting nutri gardens, this kitchen gardens, and helping poverty people living below the poverty line to help adopt such measures as a means of maintaining food and nutrition security. Why? Because when we go back to our own traditional dietary patterns and start using those practices for our own selves, we are ultimately making our household, first of all, nutrition and food secure, and then only we should be concerned about distributing the food. And if we are actually adopting such kind of measures of going back to our traditional diets, opting the traditional greens, not buying something which is over the expensive, price list. For example, red meat versus your pulses. If you just do a price comparison from a local grocery store, you will find this that pulses are way cheaper than your red meat. So the locally homegrown fruits and vegetables that are available in that particular season, they need to be consumed so that they are able to get a nutritionally balanced diet, and which is also pocket friendly and should not be a burden on the financial income of the household. Thank you.
So your suggestion is to go back to our traditional diet and to see what are available, and maybe we can learn some, draw some lesson from what is happening in India, or what you do for that income bracket in India, yeah, because I think Indonesia will need that too. Okay, that are the two questions that we have from our audience. And I think we can move on to the next session. Thank you, Dr. Kana, for your time and presentation. For that, we would like to present a certificate for as our appreciation for your time and your lecture today regarding the how to integrate the environmentally friendly and sustainable diet into our daily life. I would like you to present, maybe give us some closing statement in your session before we move on to the next session. The time is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and it is always great to come back as a speaker in Indonesia, because I started as a young nutrition leader in one of the Asian conferences in nutrition. And again, the association with Indonesia has just been like coming back home. So thank you so much for having me every year as a speaker for all your international webinars. And it's really a privilege to come back to the students and deliver the research that is happening at the international level, and taking the nutrition community forward, both in the both countries that are very dear to me. And I hope that these sessions are very helpful for our upcoming nutritionists and budding dietitians who are looking forward to how we can adopt a more healthy and a more sustainable diet in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kana, for your closing statement. Yes, I think it is indeed an increasing important issue for our sustainable and nutritious diet, and how we will tackle the climate change as the backdrop of in the field of nutrition and food security. The next session will be guided by our MC. So I will give back the time to our Master of Ceremony, Najwa.
All right, thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Yesika Sitarkarya, who guided us through all the sessions that were given by the speakers, to kindly give us such informative and useful knowledge to all of us. I hope we can all understand and implicate it as well in our daily life. All right, the committees are proud to present this certificate to Dr. Yesika Sitarkarya here in NUTRISHOW 2000. To Dr. Yesi, I would like to ask you if you have any closing statement about your performance today.
Thank you for the certificate of appreciation, and I think this has been an interesting webinar. We have like 554 participants still in the room. That is an achievement for the committee. Thank you for having me as moderator, and I hope this series can continue in next year and the next years, and for us to learn more about nutrition. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Resi, for your closing statement. And now we please welcome Mr. Agustiawan, SST FTM Pis FTR AIPO, as the third Vice Dean of Health Science Faculty for Student Affairs and Cooperation UPN Veteran Jakarta. We would kindly invite Mr. Agustiawan to deliver the speech. So to Mr. Agustiawan, the room is yours.
Okay, thank you, the honorable all of speaker of in this webinar. I honorable head of nutrition study program, the lectures committee, and all of participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and great pleasure for me to be in this webinar today. Thank you all for being here. First of all, on behalf of the Faculty of Health Science, we would like to thank the speakers, head of nutrition study program, and all the lecturers and students for preparing this event. Faculty of Health Science, we can commit to realize our vision, become an excellent, innovative international quality and competitive of Faculty of Health Sciences with a national defense identity. I hope this webinar can get along with each other and collaborate and synergize to realize that vision. I hope in the future we can make a strong collaboration, such as a student exchange program where students from Delhi University or University of Indonesia can come to our university and experience new things there here, which can broaden their horizon. Students can gain exposed to diverse culture, learning environment, and cross-cultural management skill, all of which are essential in today's globalist world. We can also collaborate in the research, lectures at UPN Veteran Jakarta, Delhi University, or University of Indonesia. Can work together to conduct research which will certainly benefit for both of us. I really hope that our plan to collaborate regarding teaching and learning process, research, as well as other program will be achieved. That's all for now. Allow me to express my gratitude. Express my gratitude and appreciate once again for inviting me here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agustiawan, for your speech. And now we're going to do the post task. Same as before, the link will be given in the Zoom screen. Post test can be done
Geser dikit Kak, biar aku teman-teman.
I want to remind you if there are any troubles or difficulties while doing the process and presenting, kindly let us know by raising your hand via Zoom meeting and opening your microphone or notice us via the chat chat. Your screenshot of attendance to fill the attendance, and because the signed certificate or SKP of your screen of the my apologies. The signed certificate or SKP will be given to the first 1,000 participants. So do not miss out to take a screenshot of your screen as a proof of attendance. And thank you. Because the time has ended, and thank you very much to all the participants who did the process and filled in the presents. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of this enlightening and informative webinar. I hope all of you have enjoyed and got so much knowledge from the presentation and discussion of our distinguished speakers and moderator. I hope this event has sparked your I wish you all the best in your. Thank you.